Grammar is an essential skill for foreign language learners, but it has to be enjoyable, fun, and multimodal to be efficient. That's why we use gestures, objects, and pictures in this French course. It makes the course livelier. What you learn has also to be linked with emotions and feelings so as to be persistent. And that is why we will learn with context through a story. But it's not enough to just read and memorize the words in the vocabulary lists or study French grammar. So you will put what you've learned into practice and get immediate feedback on the mistakes that you're making in the exercises sections. And it's always good to have a French teacher who can point out your mistakes, so I will be at your side during the process through the chat. My name's Chris and I graduated from the French Alliance. I have been a French teacher in the past 5 years with more than 900 students. I have studied and to know fluently 4 languages that are French, English, German and Spanish. And what we will learn today in this section is how to use the verb to be in French, le verbe être. I see you inside the course. Let's begin the first lecture. First lecture about something really interesting, the verb to be. Really interesting and really important, okay? The verb to be, in French, le verbe être. Le verbe être, the verb to be. Okay, but first, before we do the grammar lecture, the grammar lesson, exactly, we will do a bit of vocabulary, okay? Why? Because we want to learn the grammar in context. In context, it means with a text, yeah? With a text in which you are going to put some emotions and some feelings, and that's going to make you remember all the rules, the grammar rules, which may be sometimes a bit difficult in French. It will make it easier to remember, okay? So first word that we are going to find in the text, in the context, and the first word is la femme. La femme. Yeah? Look carefully at my lips when I pronounce it and try to do the same. Yeah? La femme. La femme. It means the woman, but it also means the wife. La femme. Now, check that out. When you see that sign, it means you have to listen carefully and check out my mouth, yeah, to pronounce it the same way. And when you see that sign, it means you have to pronounce it, yeah, you have to say it out loud, because it's only with the action, if you take action, that you are going to improve, okay? So, first, listen please, la femme. And now, yeah, once again, la femme. Great. And now let's continue with the second word. La maison. La maison. The house. When you say the word, please do the gestures. Why doing the gestures? Because if you do the gestures, you are going to remember it through touching, through listening, and through the vision, okay? So many of your senses are working together. So you are learning on a multimodal way, and that's the best way to learn, okay? La maison. La maison. And now you have to repeat, please. La maison. Once again. La maison. Great. Now we are going to do some other words, yeah? That will be part of the text that we will see later on. L'enfant. And here we have 2 nasal sounds. En and here en. It's the same sound, but it's written in a different way. We will see that point later on another lecture, yeah? L'enfant, the child. l'enfant. Next word, lent. And here we have the same sound again. A bit of air has to come out of your nose. That's why we learn, we say it's a nasal sound. Yeah, a bit of air has to come through your nose when you say it out loud. Yeah, en. It's important. You can put your finger here and you will see if you pronounce it well. Yeah, If you pronounce it well, it will not sound the same when you have your finger on your nose or not. Yeah, l'an, the year. Next word, le mari. Le mari, the husband. Le mari, the husband. Next one, la mère. It's quite interesting here. We have la mère. It begins with the M like mother. Yeah, and le père, it's father. It's not the same. Father. Yeah. Next one, gentille. Gentille. The first letter here is J. Gentille. The second sound here is en. The same sound that we saw before. It's a nasal sound. Gentille. Then comes the T, and then at the end, I. I. Gentil. The last three letters, we don't hear them. Yeah, we don't hear LLE, we don't hear it. It's like an I, but that lasts for 1 or 2 seconds. Yeah, gentil, gentil. Yeah, and that F means it's feminine, because in French you have genders, masculine and feminine gender. Yeah, but it's the same. We will see in some other lecture. That lecture is focused on the verb to be, le verbe être. Yeah. By the way, at the beginning of the lessons, I will always speak a lot of English, but when we go further in some other lectures, I will use less and less English and use more French. Okay? Le, la, L apostrophe, les. Le, la, L apostrophe, les. It means the. In English you have only one word, in French you have 4 words, but that's going to be also a lecture, a complete lecture. It's really interesting. Un, une. Un, une. It means a or n or one. And here I want you to make the gesture. Un, une. Un, une. Great. And now the text. Remember why we are doing learning with the text, because we want to have some context for us to remember in an easier way. Rémi est un enfant de 10 ans. Rémi est un enfant de 10 ans. Rémi est un enfant de 10 ans. Rémi is a 10-year-old child. 10, 10. Here we have it. 10, 10. Et, is. The most important thing is the verb. Et, is. 10, 10. Year, an. Child, enfant. Next phrase. Il vit dans une petite maison. He lives in a small house. Il vit dans une petite maison. Avec une femme. With a woman. Avec une femme. Once again. Rémi est un enfant de 10 ans. Il vit dans une petite maison avec une femme. Le nom de la femme est Madame Barberin. The woman's name is Mrs. Barberin. Is, we have once again, the verb here. Et, is. The woman's name. Le nom de la femme. Here is quite interesting. Le nom de la femme, literally, it would be the name of the woman. But in English, we don't say like that. We say the woman's name. Yeah? Every time you see that, you have to write de. Le nom de la femme est Madame Barberin. Madame Barberin est mariée. Mrs. Barberin is married. Mariée, married. And here, once again, the verb to be. Yeah? Madame, Mrs. Le mari, Jérôme Barberin, est à Marseille. Je répète, I repeat. Le mari, Jérôme Barberin, est à Marseille. The husband, Jérôme Barberin, is in Marseille. Here with an accent, yeah? If it has no accent, it means something else. It means the verb avoir, to have, okay? But here it's in Marseille, à Marseille with an accent. And now, what comes next? Question and answers. Why? Because when you go abroad or when you go to a French university, when you go to a job interview, wherever you go, you will need to interact with some people. And how do you interact with people? You interact with questions and answers. So in each lecture, each grammar lecture, we will always have some questions and answers because it has to be known perfectly. Okay? Who is Rémi? How would you say that? Who is Rémi? Qui est Rémi? So qui is who? Qui est Rémi? By the way, we're marking here once again the verb to be. Yeah? Qui est Rémi? Who is Rémi? And the answer? Rémi is a child. You should be able to answer that one. Rémi is a child. Rémi est un enfant. Rémi is a child. The next question. Where does he live? Where? Okay, the place. Quite interesting here if you go abroad and if you want to find where to go. Yeah? Où vit-il? Where does he live? Où vit-il? Vit-il. Here we have the verb to live at the third person of the singular form. And here the pronoun il. Il is he. Yeah? And here the verb to live. Where does he live? With an accent. With an accent. If you forget the accent, it's not great because it means something else. It means that or that. It means the word or. Yeah? And here it's where. Where does he live? And always, but we will see that later, but just so as to know, always when you have the pronoun after the verb, you have to put that hyphen here. Okay? Où vit-il? Where does he live? And the answer, Rémi lives in a house. You should be able to answer that one. Rémi lives in a house. Rémi vit, the same verb as here, Rémi vit dans une maison, in a house. Quite easy. Let's check out the next one. Who does he live with? Avec qui vit-il? Avec qui? With whom? Yeah? With whom, literally. Avec qui vit-il? And the answer? Rémi lives with a woman. Quite easy. Rémi vit avec, with, une femme, a woman. Now, one question. Is that word feminine or masculine? Yes, the answer is feminine because it ends with an E. Yeah? The nouns are feminine. Some nouns are feminine and some other are masculine. Yeah? In that case, it's feminine. Yeah? Une femme, a woman. In English, it's always a. Here, it can be une or a. UN, it's going to be the masculine form, and UNE, the feminine form. But once again, we will see that in another lecture. Who is Mrs. Barberin? Qui est Madame Barberin? Qui est Madame Barberin? Jérôme Barberin's wife. Remember, we saw that. Do you remember what we should do? La femme de Jérôme Barberin. The answer, Jérôme Barberin's wife. La femme de Jérôme Barberin. Literally, the wife of Jérôme Barberin. Where is Jérôme Barberin? Où est Jérôme Barberin? You remember, we saw it. Jérôme Barberin is in Marseille. Jérôme Barberin is in Marseille. Jérôme Barberin est à Marseille. Now let's continue with another rule. It's the rule of the subject personal pronouns. Yeah, I, you, she, it, etc. Yeah, quite easy. Les pronoms personnels sujets. Quite easy and quite important, yeah, because you have to be able to speak of you or of your wife or of your children, and to say if it's to be able to distinguish between a plural and singular, yeah, if we are a lot of people or only one person. Okay, that's what we are going to see now. So the verb is singular with je, tu, il, elle, and on. Je, tu, il, elle, on. In English, I, you, he, she, and we or one. Yeah, that one is a bit particular, and we will see that one in detail in the coming slides. The verb is plural with nous, vous, il, elle. Il with an S, elle with an S. It's the only thing that is different from the singular form, yeah? Il has no S here, and here it has no S either, yeah? In the plural form, it has an S here, and it has an S here. And if you look carefully, it has also an S here and also an S here, yeah? That's a tip that can show you if it's singular or plural. It can help you, yeah? Nous, it's we. Vous, you. Il, they, in the masculine form only. And elle, it's they, but in the feminine form, yeah? Here we see we have a distinction between the masculine form and the feminine form in French that we don't have in English. Let's see some specificities. Specificities, it's in French particularité. Particularité, specificities. It means specificities in the grammar, in the pronouns. We have some special things that we don't have in English. Let's see them, yeah? Tu is the second person of the singular that is used only with children, friends, family, or professional equals. People that are at the same level of you. You cannot say tu to your boss. You can say you to your boss if you're in English an American guy. That's completely normal. In France, we have a distinction between someone that is professional at the same level than you and someone that is not at the same level. Yeah? For example, with the family, tu es génial, maman. You are great, mommy. Tu es génial, maman. Tu es génial, maman. Okay? Here, it's a detail, but I want to tell it to you, yeah? In French, you have to put a space in between the last letter and that point, yeah, that special point at the end of the sentence, yeah. In English, you don't have that space, okay. Next, specificity. Vous is used with the polite or social distance, yeah. It means in the second person of the singular form, yeah. Vous allez bien, mamie? You are speaking to only one person, yeah, it's your grandma, and you are asking her if she's well. Vous allez bien, mamie? And because she's an elderly people, yeah, you cannot use tu. That tu that we saw just before, you cannot use it because it's an elderly person. So you have to show some respect. You have to be polite with that person. Yeah. The same with a teacher, for example. Yeah. Comment allez-vous, professeur? Comment allez-vous, professeur? How are you, teacher? Yeah. You say you in English, but you cannot say that in French. There is really a big distinction. You have to show some respect, and you have to say vous to a teacher or to an elderly person or someone you are socially distanced with. Okay? On is really special. We are not going to use it a lot here in the first lectures, yeah? But on is really frequently used in French as an equivalent for the English one, yeah? When the identity is not known, we don't know who did that, yeah? Or who makes that. We say on. It's the same form, the verb has the same form than il or elle at the singular form, but we say on. We don't know who did that. On se sent bien ici. One feels good here. On se sent bien ici. Se sentir bien, those three words mean the verb to feel. Yeah? Se sentir bien. On se sent bien ici. Ici, here. On takes a singular verb form, yeah, like I said before, but it frequently refers to plural. Now, sometimes it refers to someone we don't know, so one feels good, yeah, but sometimes it refers to we or to us, yeah, to we or to us, yeah. Like for example, on est là, we are here. On est là, we are here. Or on y va, let us go there. And it is only the context that will make you know if we are speaking of something that could be replaced by one or something that could be replaced by we or us. There is a third person singular pronoun that could be referred as neutral. Yeah, so we have some genders, yeah, we have some genders. Il, elle are some genders. Il is the masculine gender and elle is the feminine gender. But we have also something that is quite neutral, like the it in English, yeah? And it is ce, cela, ça, or si apostrophe, okay? Like for example, ce chien est moche. This dog is ugly. This dog is ugly. Ce chien est moche. Or, cela est bien. This or it is good. This is good. It is good. Cela est bien. Or, c'est ça. Here we have two of them. C'est ça. That's it. That's it. In the first case, it's that, and in the second case, it's it. That's it. Now the grammar part. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est. What we see here, it's quite interesting. I have pronounced those three in the same way. We don't hear any different in the oral. Yeah, when you speak it out loud, we don't hear any difference. It's just the sound e. The T The S, we don't hear it. Tu es, il est, elle est. And in English, you are, he is, she is. And here with je, I, we have something special also. Here I have the J, it is written in a short letter, no? It's not big. Here, it's in English, you always have a capital letter for I. In French, you don't have it. I repeat, je suis. Je suis. S-U-I. Suis. Suis. The S at the end, like many consonants, we don't hear them. Je suis. I am. And now in the plural forms. Nous sommes. Nous sommes. We only hear the three first letters. Nous sommes. We are. Vous êtes. Vous êtes. Vous êtes. Êtes. Yeah, we only hear the two first letters. Il, or it can also be, it's she or he, but in the plural form. Yeah. Ils sont. Sont. And here we have a nasal sound. Sont. Sont. Ils ou elles sont. They are. We are, you are, they are. You can download the PDF with that one. It's going to help you to make the next exercises. Here we are going to try to have some exercises where you can where you will be able to see immediately if you are correct or not, and that's quite important for your brain. When you learn something, you have to know immediately if it's correct or not. Rémi, un enfant. Rémi is a child. That's what we want to write. How is it? Yes. Rémi est un enfant. I repeat, Rémi est un enfant. Rémi est un enfant. Rémi is a child. Next one. You have to complete with the good form of the verb to be. Tu, dans une maison. You are in a house. So how would you say you are in a house? Tu es dans une maison. Tu es dans une maison. You are in a house. The next one. Elle, avec Jérôme. What does it mean in English? She is with Jérôme. How would you say is in the feminine form? It's the same as in the masculine form. She is with Jérôme. Elle est avec Jérôme. Elle est avec Jérôme. The next one. Rémi et Madame Barberin, avec Jérôme. Here we have two people. Yeah, so we have a plural form. Rémi and Mrs. Barberin are with Jérôme. So how would you say? Sont avec Jérôme. Sont avec Jérôme. Rémi et Madame Barberin sont avec Jérôme. You remember I told you that the T, you don't hear it, yeah, just before. We only hear normally sont. But here, because we have a vowel here, like A, I, E, O, or U, or Y, which are vowels in French, because we have a vowel, we hear the last letter. Yeah, that's a rule, okay? Rémi et Madame Barberin sont avec Jérôme. Okay? Next one. Complete with the verb to be. Jérôme Barberin, à Marseille. Quite easy, that one. Jérôme Barberin is in Marseille. How would you say it? It's à Marseille. Here we have the same rule. Here we have a vowel, yeah? Est à Marseille. Jérôme Barberin est à Marseille. Est à Marseille. And now, true or false? Rémi est une femme. Rémi est une femme. So what you have to do now is try to know first if it's false or true, and then you have to try to correct. Now you know the vocabulary, you know the verb to be, so you should be able to answer the good answer. True or false? It's false. Rémi est une femme? Non. And what is the wrong part? It's the part here of the end. Yeah? Rémi est un enfant. Rémi is a child. Yeah? Here it's Rémi is a woman. It's false. Rémi est un enfant. Rémi is a child. Okay, you understand how it works, yeah? The next one, true or false? Rémi vit dans une petite maison. Rémi vit dans une petite maison. Here, by the way, we have the same, yeah? I said dans une. Normally, we don't hear that letter, but here we have a vowel. So, in that case, we hear like if it was a Z, yeah? Like a Z of a fly. Zzz of a fly, yeah? Rémi vit dans une petite maison. Une petite maison. Okay? It is true. He, Rémi, lives in a small house. In a small house. By the way, one more question. Is that word a feminine or a masculine word? It's a feminine word. We already saw it. UN, it's masculine. UNE, it's feminine. The next one. True or false? Rémi vit avec une femme. Rémi vit avec une femme. It is true. Rémi lives with a woman. Rémi vit avec, the T that comes with the A when you pronounce it. Rémi vit avec une femme. Une, feminine. Why is it feminine? Because that word, femme, which means woman, is a feminine noun. Okay? The next one. True or false? Madame Barberin est un enfant. Est un enfant. Madame Barberin est un enfant. It is false. It is false. Madame Barberin isn't a child. Madame Barberin est une femme. Madame Barberin est une femme. Madame Barberin est une femme, is a woman, not a child. True or false? Rémi est le mari de Madame Barberin. Rémi est le mari de Madame Barberin. It is true. Rémi is the verb to be at the second person of the singular form. Rémi est le mari, the husband of, remember, of Mrs. Barberin. It means Mrs. Barberin's husband. Yeah? In English, we often have the end at the beginning, and in French, we have the beginning at the end. Yeah? Okay? Rémi est le mari de Madame Barberin. It is true. True or false? Rémi est à Marseille. Rémi est à Marseille. Here you have to try to remember the text that we saw at the beginning. Where is Rémi? Where? In which city? Marseille is a city. Marseille is a city where I lived during 4 years. Rémi est à Marseille. It is false. Rémi isn't at Marseille. It's Jérôme. Jérôme est à Marseille. Jérôme est à Marseille. Next one. True or false? Rémi est marié. Rémi est marié. It is false. Rémi isn't married. Madame Barberin est mariée. Madame Barberin est mariée. Or you could have put Jérôme. Jérôme est marié. But if you put here Jérôme, you won't have an E here at the end. You won't have an E. Okay? The E is here for the feminine form. Okay? Madame Barberin is a woman, so marié comes with an E at the end. Here, it doesn't come with an E because Rémi, it's a masculine. And to finish, I want to see with you a quote, yeah, or a proverb, yeah. Quand le chat, that is really well known in France, quand le chat n'est pas là, les souris dansent. I repeat, quand le chat n'est pas là, it's here is the negative sentence, negative part of the sentence. Les souris dansent. Quand le chat n'est pas là, les souris dansent. When the cat isn't there, the mice dance. Literally, yeah? But yeah, in English you would say, when the cat's away, the mice will play. Okay? That's the how you say it in English, and that's just literally how it is translated, yeah? So, I hope you understood everything. I hope it helped you a lot. And we can see us in the next lectures. And let's begin with a new lecture about something important, that is the negative form. Yeah, if you want to answer that you don't agree, if you want to say no, if you don't want that thing, you don't love that idea, you have to be able to make to use the negative form. Yeah, that's what we are going to see in that lecture. Okay, let's go. Let's begin first with the part with the vocabulary. Yeah, la nourrice. Why are we doing some vocabulary? Because after that we will have a text, because we want to learn grammar in context. Okay. La nourrice, it's a feminine word, that's why we have here an F, okay? La nourrice, and that's why the article ends with an A, okay? La nourrice, feminine word, it means the nurse, but not the nurse of the hospital, the nurse that cares your child, yeah? You can also say in French, babysitter, yeah? The English word. La nourrice, la nourrice. Yeah, look carefully at my mouth when I pronounce it, so as to be able to pronounce it yourself, and don't hesitate to exaggerate the movements of your mouth at the beginning. Yeah, okay. La nourrice, la nourrice. Okay. And what you can also do here is the gesture, so as to remember the word la nourrice. While you say la nourrice, you put your hands so. Like if you would be carrying a baby, for example, yeah? La nourrice, la nourrice. So, now you will have to repeat, okay? La nourrice. When you see that sign, you listen, and when you see the other sign, you have to repeat, okay? La nourrice. Once again, la nourrice. Great. Let's continue with the next word. Les parents. Les parents. It's a masculine word. Here we have an M. And it's also plural here. That's why we have an S here. And here an article that is plural. Yeah. The parents. Okay. The parents. Les parents. Parents. And here we have a nasal sound. Nasal sound. En. A bit of air has to come out through your nose when you pronounce it. Les parents. It's masculine and it's plural. Now you have to listen to the word and repeat after me, okay? Here you listen and then you repeat. Les parents. Once again, les parents. Great! Let's continue with some more vocabulary that we will find in the text after that. Méchant, méchant, méchant. 2 syllables. Yeah? Méchant. And the T at the end, you don't hear it. Yeah? Like many times. Yeah? Like nearly 90% of the times when you see a T or an S or a D, you don't have to pronounce it. Okay? Méchant. Bad. Okay? Next word. Après. 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 It's an adverb. Really important to know the adverbs, and it's really easy because you don't change the adverbs into the feminine form, the plural form, you never change it, or the feminine form you don't change it. So it's quite interesting to know it, no? And quite easy to remember because you don't put it at the feminine form or at the plural form. Après. Après. After. Next word, devant. Devant. With a nasal sound. En. Like méchant. Yeah? Méchant. Devant. Devant, before. Next word, donc. Then. Donc. Then. Next words, maintenant. Maintenant. Now. Short word in English, big word in French. Maintenant. And here, A-I-N, it's also a nasal sound, yeah? Un. A bit of air comes out of the nose, yeah? Un. It sounds different if I tap the nose, yeah? Maintenant. Now. Next word. Ne pas. That's why we are here. Ne pas, or N apostrophe, pas. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's how we make a negative sentence. Yeah, ne, then comes the verb instead of the dots, and then comes pas. Next one, où, with an accent, it means where. Où. Next one, qui, who. That one, who, qui. And now, in the next lecture, we will see the text. So, let's check out the text now. Madame Barberin n'est pas la mère. Madame Barberin n'est pas la mère. Madame Barberin is not the mother. Is not. N'est pas. Here we have the verb that we have already seen in the other lecture, the verb to be. N'est pas. And at both sides of the verb, we have an apostrophe and pas. It means not. Yeah? Here we have the verb to be, is. N'est pas la mère. Madame Barberin n'est pas la mère de l'enfant. Elle est sa nourrice. Madame Barberin n'est pas la mère de l'enfant, of the child, de l'enfant, L apostrophe here means the, n'est pas la mère de l'enfant, elle est sa nourrice. She is his nurse. Elle est, the verb to be, elle est sa nourrice. Here we have she. Elle est sa nourrice. In French, instead of nourrice, we could also say nounou. Elle est sa nounou, nurse. Jérôme Barberin, qui est maintenant, Jérôme Barberin, qui est maintenant, Jérôme Barberin, who is now what is he? We will see that in the next phrase. Jérôme Barberin, qui est maintenant à Paris, he is in Paris, à Paris, n'est pas le père de l'enfant. Is not. Yeah, quite easy. N'est pas le père de l'enfant. Aha! We know now that the mother, we thought it was his mother, but it's not his mother, and neither is it his father. Où sont donc les parents de Rémi? Où sont donc les parents de Rémi? Where are Rémi's parents? Where are Rémi's parents? Parents, it's written in the same way. Parents, parents. Où, with an accent here, is where. And here, sont is the verb to be at the plural form of the third person. Yeah? Où sont donc les parents de Rémi? Madame Barberin est gentille avec Rémi. Madame Barberin est gentille avec Rémi. Madame Barberin, Mrs. Barberin, is nice or kind or good with Rémi. Okay? Avec, it's with. Okay? For now, we won't know where the parents are from Rémi. Yeah? It's not explained here. But we will see the whole history in the next lectures, next grammar lectures. Jérôme Barberin est méchant. Jérôme Barberin is bad. It's a bad guy, okay? In that one from before, gentil. Gentil, it's nice, kind, or good. And here we have méchant, it's the contrary, okay? And now the questions and answers. Is Mrs. Barberin Rémi's mother? Try to remember. We know that it is not. No? Madame Barberin est-elle? Is she? Remember, when we have that inversed question, we have a hyphen, yeah, in between. Est-elle? Madame Barberin est-elle? And here we have a vowel, so we hear that T. Normally we wouldn't hear it, but here we hear it. Madame Barberin est-elle la mère de Rémi? And the answer, no. Mrs. Barberin is not his mother. So try to find out what would it be the answer. Madame Barberin est-elle la mère de Rémi? No. Non in French. Non. Madame Barberin n'est pas sa mère. His mother. Is not his mother. N'est pas sa mère. Next question. Who is Mrs. Barberin? You know already how to say who. So you should be able to say out loud that phrase. Qui est Madame Barberin? Instead of writing Madame, I will write, from now on, I will write MME. Okay, it's the same. Qui est Madame Barberin? It's the abbreviation, yeah? Qui est Madame Barberin? And the answer, Madame Barberin is a nurse. So you should be able to say it completely, that phrase, yeah? Mrs. Barberin is a nurse. It's the verb to be with a. You have already seen that. And nurse, you have already seen that also. Madame Barberin est une nourrice. And what is the other word for nourrice? It's nounou. You just spell it N-O-U, N-O-U. Nounou. Yeah? The young children prefer to say nounou. Madame Barberin est une nourrice. Next question. Is Jérôme Rémi's father? Remember, when we have apostrophe S in French, you have de. And it's not at the same place in the phrase, yeah? Jérôme est-il le père de Rémi? The de here, we have it after Rémi. And here, before Rémi. Yeah? Jérôme est-il le père de Rémi? Yeah? Jérôme est-il le père de Rémi? And the answer, no. Mr. Barberin is not Rémi's father. So we know now how to build a negative sentence, so you should be able to give the answer. How do you say, no, Mr. Barberin is not Rémi's father? Non, Jérôme n'est pas le père de Rémi. Jérôme, we can say Mr. Barberin or Jérôme. Yeah, it's the same, yeah. Non, Jérôme n'est pas, is not, here the verb, in between you have an apostrophe and pas. Non, Jérôme n'est pas le père de Rémi. Next question. Is Rémi in Paris? Quite easy, that one. Rémi est-il à Paris? Maybe. Here it's a new word. Maybe. Peut-être. Peut-être. Être, if you remember, it's the infinitive form of the verb to be. Peut-être. Peut is the verb to can. Yeah. Can be. If you would say it literally, it would be can be. Peut-être. Peut-être. And remember, here it's a vowel, so we have to say and hear that T. Peut-être. Peut-être. Maybe. Next question. Who is in Paris now? That one is quite easy also. We have already seen that here and that word in the vocabulary list. Who is in Paris now? Qui est à Paris maintenant? Qui est à Paris maintenant? And the answer, Jérôme Barberin is in Paris now. So you should be able to build that phrase also. How do you say in French, Jérôme Barberin is in Paris now? Jérôme Barberin est à Paris maintenant. Est à Paris maintenant. Here we hear that T because here we have a vowel. Quite easy. Jérôme Barberin est à Paris maintenant. Maintenant, now. Maintenant. The next one, true or false? Madame Barberin est la mère de Rémi. So, you try to translate it in your head or in a written way also. And you try to find out first if it's true or false, and if it's false, what part is false? Madame Barberin est la mère de Rémi. And you try to correct it, yeah? It's false. So what is the part that we have to correct? The part is the verb, yeah? Madame Barberin est la mère de Rémi. Madame Barberin n'est pas la mère de Rémi. Isn't Rémi's mother. Madame Barberin n'est pas la mère de Rémi. The next one. True or false? Madame Barberin n'est pas une nourrice. Isn't a nurse. So it is false, yeah, because she is a nurse. Madame Barberin, so instead of n'est pas, we will put est, est, the verb to be, at the third person of the singular form. Madame Barberin est une nourrice. Next one, true or false? Jérôme Barberin est à Paris. Jérôme Barberin est à Paris. It is true. So we don't change anything. Mr. Barberin is in Paris. Let's check out the next one. Jérôme est le père de l'enfant. True or false? It is false. Jérôme, what is the part here that is false? It is the verb once again. Jérôme est le père de l'enfant. Ce n'est pas correct. Jérôme n'est pas le père de l'enfant. Jérôme n'est pas le père de l'enfant. Isn't. Next one. True or false? Madame Barberin est gentille. Remember, we have seen that word. Gentille. It is true. Madame Barberin est gentille. She is a kind woman. Yeah, gentil, kind or good. Madame Barberin est gentille. Next one, true or false? Monsieur Barberin est gentil. Is it true or is it false? Gentil. By the way, I don't know if you notice it, but it's not written in the same way, yeah? In the other version, the feminine version, we have double L-E at the end. Here we have I-L, yeah? It's because it's the masculine form of the adjective. Here it's an adjective. And all the adjectives in French, you have to ask you the question if it's feminine or if it's masculine. And some of them will change if it's masculine or feminine. Some other adjectives will not change. Monsieur Barberin est gentil. It is false. Monsieur Barberin isn't kind. Gentil, kind. Monsieur Barberin est méchant. Méchant, it's a bad guy. Monsieur Barberin est méchant. And now the next one. True or false? Madame Barberin est méchante. Madame Barberin est méchante. It is false. And why is it false? What is the false part? Méchante. Méchante, remember? Gentille. And here it ends with T-E because it's feminine. And here double L-E because it's feminine also. Yeah, méchante. Remember, the masculine word, for the masculine word, you have to put that E away. And you have the méchant, the word méchant. You don't hear the T here if you don't have an E after that. Yeah, in masculine form, méchant. In the feminine form, méchante. Yeah, and here in the masculine form, it's gentil. And in the feminine form, it's exactly the same. You hear exactly the same. Just you write it in another way. Yeah, gentil, double L-E at the end for the feminine form, and I-L at the end for the masculine form. Yeah. And now we want to end in a fun way. So we are going to learn something that is a quote, yeah? Impossible n'est pas français. So if you want to translate it literally, it would be impossible isn't French, yeah? Isn't French. By the way, you can see that French, here it's with a capital letter, and here with it's not with a capital letter, yeah? In French, you don't write the nationalities with capital letters. Quite interesting. Impossible n'est pas français. Impossible isn't French. And in fact, you don't say it so, no, in English. You say it in another way. You say, there is no such word as can't. Yeah, it means everything is possible. Yeah, everything is possible. And I found it a quite interesting quote. I like it much. So, we see us in the next lectures. Au revoir et à bientôt pour une nouvelle leçon. À très bientôt. The lecture of today is about the articles. I hope you know already what it is, but if you don't, I will explain it in this lecture, okay? The articles. So, let's check out, before we see the articles and the rules, the grammar rules, the French grammar rules, before seeing all of that, we will see a bit of vocabulary with images. So, the first one, la fenêtre. Check out my mouth when I pronounce it, please. La fenêtre. La fenêtre, the window. La fenêtre. And now you listen, and when you see the other sign, you repeat after me. La fenêtre. Once again. La fenêtre. Great, let's continue with another word. Check out that one. Le garçon. Le garçon. And now it's your turn. Le garçon. Once again, le garçon. Great! And let's see some other words that we will find in the text that we will study after that. Des légumes. Des légumes. Some vegetables. Or we could also say in English, vegetables. Because that article, we don't have it in English. Yeah? Vegetables. Des légumes. It's masculine and it's also plural. And please, grab some vegetables, yeah? You can smell them also, no? Because if you smell some vegetables, yeah, you're going to make big thing in your brain, yeah? It's going to build a big link in your brain between something that you can touch, that you can feel, and something that you can smell, yeah? You can see it, you can smell it, you can hear it in French and in English, yeah? Des légumes. So when you repeat it, you say it out loud, des légumes, it's better to have some in your hands. Yeah? Okay. Let's continue. Let's continue with the next word. La porte. The same way. Yeah? You go in front of your door, you knock at your own door. I know it seems a bit silly, but you knock at your own door when you say out loud, la porte. La porte. Yeah? You are going to make a link between a sound, yeah, the knocking, a sound, and a word, and something you see, yeah, something you see, you touch, and you listen to, yeah, la porte. Next one, a, il a, he has, or elle a, she has. It's the verb to have, yeah. Derrière, behind, and when you say derrière, you show something behind you, yeah. Derrière, behind. Derrière. Some other words. De. De. And of course you make the gesture while you say it, while you read it, yeah? De. Un, deux. That one is de, number 2. Et, and. You're going to use it a lot. Et, and. Mais, but. Mais. But, one of the preferred words of the French people, because they like not to agree with something, you know, the French guys. So, I say that, but I don't agree with something else, yeah? So, mais. Seulement, only. Seulement. Seulement. The second E, you don't hear it a lot, yeah? Seulement. The first one, yeah, you hear it, but that one, you don't hear it a lot. Seulement. Seulement. That's a nasal sound, yeah? You remember, we saw it already. En. A bit of air has to get out of your nose. Seulement. And let's continue with the text, so as to have some context, and we want to know what's going on with Madame Barberin, with Rémi, and with Jérôme. What is going on with them? Madame Barberin est pauvre, mais elle a une maison dans un village du centre. I repeat, Madame Barberin est pauvre, mais elle a une maison dans un village du centre. Dans un village, in a village, dans un village du centre de la France. In the center of France. Dans un village du centre de la France qui s'appelle Chavanon. Called Chavanon. Or literally it would be which is called Chavanon. Yeah? But in English we say called Chavanon. I repeat everything, yeah? Madame Barberin est pauvre. Pauvre, poor. Mais elle a une maison dans un village du centre de la France qui s'appelle Chavanon. Là, it's an article and it's a feminine article because France, it's feminine. Une, it's a feminine article because maison, it's feminine. Un, it's a masculine article because village is a masculine noun. Let's continue. La maison n'est pas grande. The house is not large. Elle a seulement une porte et deux fenêtres. Il y a un jardin. La maison, feminine, because it's a feminine article, because that one is a feminine word. The gender of that word, of that noun, is feminine. La maison n'est pas grande. Elle a seulement une porte et deux fenêtres. Une, it means one, but it can also mean a door or one door. Yeah? Une porte et deux fenêtres. Fenêtre avec un S, with an S because here we have two windows. The same as in English, yeah? It's easy. French is really easy. Il y a un jardin. Il y a un jardin. That one is really important, yeah? Please remember, that group of words means there is. Il y a. 3 words in French. Il, y a. Il y a, please remember that one. It's there is. 3 words in French. Il y a. Il y a un jardin. It's a masculine article because that one, it's a masculine noun. Yeah? A garden in English has no gender, but in French it has a gender. That gender is masculine. Il y a un jardin. Let's continue. Il y a un jardin derrière la maison qui a des légumes. Il y a un jardin derrière la maison, behind the house, qui a des légumes, which has vegetables. And here we have something interesting. Here we have des légumes, and here we have the verb, the word vegetables. Yeah, there is not written anything before. Yeah, here we don't have an article. Here we have the verb, like here we have the verb. Here we have an article, but here we don't have an article. Yeah, we will see that in this lecture. We will see that in details. Yeah, behind the house, which has vegetables. Derrière la maison, qui a des légumes. Les légumes sont délicieux et ils peuvent nourrir la femme et le petit garçon. Je répète, les légumes sont délicieux et ils peuvent nourrir la femme et le petit garçon. Feminine here and here masculine. In English it's the same. It has no gender. Remember in English, the woman and the little boy. Yeah, la femme, because femme it's feminine in French, and le garçon, feed the woman and the little boy. Let's continue now with something really important, the questions and answers. Where is the nanny's house? Remember, we already saw how to make that appear in French. Yeah, the possession. Where is the nanny's house? Où est la maison de la nourrice? Où with an accent. Où with an accent. When it means where. Yeah? Otherwise, if it has no accent, it means or. That or that. Où est la maison de la nourrice? Remember, instead of nourrice, you can also say nounou. Où est la maison de la nounou? Where is the nanny's house? And the answer? The house is in a village. The house is in a village. La maison est dans un village. La maison est dans un village. Next question. Is Mother Barberin rich? Is she rich? Mother Barberin or Mrs. Barberin. Madame Barberin est-elle riche?
est-elle riche? Madame Barberin est-elle riche? Is she? Yeah, remember if you have the pronoun after the verb, you have to put an hyphen. Madame Barberin est-elle riche? Riche, rich. No, she is not rich. By the way, I know here I should write isn't rich, yeah, but for understanding purposes, so as to make it easier to make a parallel with the French words, I did write it always in two words, yeah. No, she is not rich. Non, elle n'est pas riche. Non, elle n'est pas riche. The negative sentence. Elle n'est pas riche. N apostrophe, because here we have a vowel, and pas after the verb, yeah? Non, elle n'est pas riche. Next question. Is the house big? Is the house big? You should be able, and you can pause the video, you should be able to build it yourself, yeah? Maybe you write it down on a sheet of paper, or on your computer, you try to build and to answer the question, or to write the answer, the question and the answers before they appear on the video. So you just have to pause the video, making space, yeah? Is the house big? La maison est-elle grande? La maison est-elle grande? No, the house is small. No, the house is small. You can pause the video and try to write down that answer yourself. Non, la maison est petite. Non, la maison est petite. Petite with an E at the end because it's feminine. La maison, maison, it's a feminine noun. Yeah? And here we have an adjective that is at the feminine form. That's why it has an E. It has not always an E, but usually it has an E at the end if it's feminine. Next question. Where is the garden? Where is the garden? Où est le jardin? Really easy. Where is the garden? Try to remember. It is behind the house. It is behind the house. If you try to build it now, just right now yourself, be aware that here, the it, you cannot write it in French, yeah? You have to choose whether it's feminine or masculine. So is it feminine here or is it masculine? Il est derrière la maison. Because we speak of le jardin. Le jardin, masculine. Il est derrière la maison. Yeah, in English, it, but in French, you have to decide, is it feminine or is it masculine? Il est derrière la maison. Next question, how many windows has the house? Here we are going to see some numbers. Combien de fenêtres a la maison? Combien de fenêtres a la maison? It has 2 windows. The same here. It, you cannot say in French, yeah? You have to choose a gender. Elle a 2 fenêtres, because here we speak of the house. It's a feminine word. Elle a 2 fenêtres. Elle a 2 fenêtres. Yeah? 2 is 2. Yeah? 3 is 3. 4 is 4. 5, 5. 6, 6. 7, 7. 8, 8. 9, 9. And 10, 10. Let's continue with the rules, but you may have understood quite what they are. Yeah, there are 2 articles, 2 kind of articles: the definite articles and the indefinite article. Definite article, the house. you understand that the house is not the same as a house. A house, we don't know what kind of house it is, or who does it, whose house is it, no? If it's definite article, we know the house of my mother, yeah? Indefinite, a house. It's a house. I don't know that house, yeah? It's a man. It's not the same as the man of the street, yeah? It's a man. I don't know him. I don't know anything about it, yeah? About him. Second rule, they must agree, the articles, they must agree in number and gender. Number, it means you have to decide whether it is a plural word or a singular word. And gender, it means you have to decide if it's feminine or masculine. The only difficulty, the real difficulty here is with the gender, yeah, because in English there is no gender, in French there is gender. Yeah, so they must agree in number and gender. With the noun they modify. Yeah, an article modifies a noun and they agree. Yeah, it must agree in number and gender. Next rule is here we are going to see the different forms. Yeah, definite article, le, la, les. Indefinite article, un, une, des. Yeah, it corresponds to the in English, and here un, une, it corresponds to a or an, and des, it does not exist in English. You can make a print screen here, and maybe you can print it out, because it's something that we are going to use in every section, every lesson. And you can find it in PDF, yeah? You can find that and some others in PDF in each section. Next rule, the indefinite article des has no English equivalent, yeah? Des enfants jouent, it's another example, we already saw an example. Des enfants jouent, children play, yeah? We have no equivalent for des in English. And the next rule, in the singular form, le, la, become L apostrophe, yeah? The E here and the A, they disappear, yeah? It becomes L apostrophe if the next word begins with a vowel. The vowels A, E, I, O, U, and Y, or a mute H. Here's some example. Le garçon. Garçon, that J is a consonant, so we keep the E. Here it begins with a P, so we keep the A. L'ami, it begins with an A, so we lose the first letter. Le, normally it's masculine, it should be le ami, but here we say l'ami. And l'hôtel, it should be le hôtel because it's masculine also, but it is not le hôtel, it's l'hôtel, l'hôtel, because it's a mute H here that we have. Some articles are shortened, yeah, when they appear with prepositions à, to, or de, from. À and le becomes au. We don't say à le jardin. We say je vais au jardin. I go to the garden. Je vais au jardin. À plus les, in the plural form, it's au, A-U-X, A-U-X, au jardin. Yeah, we hear the same, by the way. Au jardin, we don't hear the last letter, and here we don't hear the last letter either. De and le, the same. It's du jardin, du jardin. De and les, des jardins, des jardins. For example, the games of the garden, yeah? Les jeux du jardin, yeah? The games of the garden, but in the plural form, would be les jeux des jardins, les jeux des jardins. Here, one more rule. Countries need a definite article. For example, Germany. In English, you say just Germany, or France, or Marquises Island, yeah? In French, you have to put an article in front of it, yeah? L'Allemagne, la France, les îles Marquises. I repeat, l'Allemagne, la France, les îles Marquises. And let's continue. You have now to complete with the correct article. Madame Bernardin a maison. Mrs. Bernardin has a house. How do you say a in French? For the word maison. I give you a hint. Maison, it's a feminine word. Une maison. Madame Bernardin a une maison. Next one. Complete with the correct article. Here we have two articles. The house is in a village. Pay attention. The house, not a house. The house is in a village. Definite, indefinite. La maison est dans un village. La maison est dans un village because maison is feminine and village is masculine. And that one is definite. La maison, we know it. And that one is indefinite. We don't know it. A village, we don't know which one it is. A village. Next one, complete with the correct article. Il y a, there is, really important. Il y a, there is. Il y a, jardin, derrière, maison. There is a garden behind the house. Il y a un jardin derrière la maison. There is a garden behind the house. Il y a un jardin, masculine word, derrière la maison, feminine word. Next one. Il y a légumes dans jardin. There are vegetables in the garden. There are vegetables in the garden. Il y a des légumes dans le jardin. Légumes, here, plural form. Indefinite, when it's indefinite and at the plural form, we don't have nothing in English, but we have an article in French. Il y a des légumes dans le jardin. The garden. It's not un jardin. It would be a garden. Femme et petit garçon vivent dans maison. In English, the woman and the little boy live in a house. The first one is definite. You have to look in your columns at the definite side. The second one is definite also. And the third one is indefinite. The woman and the little boy live in a house. You can pause the video to answer. La femme et le petit garçon vivent dans une maison. And here we have to make a link that we can hear, yeah? Dans une maison. Dans une maison, because that one and that word ends with an S and that word begins with the vowel. Dans une maison. Dans une maison. La femme et le petit garçon vivent dans une maison. True or false? Chavanon est un village. Chavanon est un village. It is true, so we don't have nothing to change. Chavanon is a village. That's true. Next one, true or false? La maison est grande. Try to remember. La maison est grande. Is it correct or not? La maison est grande. No, it's false. It's false. La maison est grande. I ask you please to change that word, yeah? So, what would you write in that case? La maison n'est pas grande. Isn't big, yeah? Isn't large. Isn't big, isn't large. La maison n'est pas grande. Next one. True or false? La maison a deux portes. La maison a deux portes. It is false, remember. La maison a deux portes, deux, it's false. La maison a une porte. And in that case, it has no S at the end, yeah, because it's only one. La maison a une porte. Une porte. Next one. Il y a un jardin avec des légumes. Il y a un jardin avec des légumes. Is it true or false? It is true. There is a garden with some vegetables or with vegetables. There is a garden with vegetables. Please really write it down here on a sheet of paper, yeah? Il y a, there is. Il y a, there is. We are going to use it a lot. True or false? Madame Bernardin n'est pas riche. Madame Bernardin n'est pas riche. It is true. She's not rich. N'est pas riche. Il y a une fenêtre dans la maison. Il y a une fenêtre dans la maison. It is false. But what part is false? Il y a une fenêtre dans la maison. That part is false. Une. Il n'y a pas une fenêtre dans la maison. Il y a deux fenêtres dans la maison. And if it's deux, it's not one, it's two. So you have to put an S. Il y a deux fenêtres dans la maison. We are going to end with a little quote. Après la pluie, le beau temps. I like it also. Après la pluie, le beau temps. It's something really positive. Literally, it would be after the rain, the nice weather. After the rain, the nice weather. Rain, it's a feminine word. Weather, it's a masculine word. And here we have an adjective in between, yeah? An adjective in between. After the rain, the nice weather. But in English, we don't say it so. We say every cloud has a silver lining. It means you have something negative in front of you, but after that will always come something positive. So, I really hope you enjoyed this lecture. And I see you in the next lesson. Je vous retrouve dans la prochaine leçon. À très bientôt. In this lecture, let's talk about the number and gender agreement. It means, is it plural? Is it singular? Is it feminine? Is it masculine? That's going to be the heart of this lecture. Okay, but let's begin with some vocabulary words. Yeah, l'argent, the money, l'argent. Yeah, and while you say out loud that word, l'argent, check out my mouse how I pronounce it. Grab some money. Yeah, remember, if you learn with some objects, it's going to be better for your brain to remember. L'argent, l'argent, l'argent. Okay? Let's continue. Let's continue. You are going to say it after me. Yeah? Okay? So, l'argent. Once again, l'argent. And let's continue to the next word and the next image. L'homme. L'homme. The man. L'homme. It's a masculine word. L'homme. Let's repeat it. L'homme. Once again. L'homme. And let's continue to some other words that we will find in the vocabulary of the text. Yeah, le jour, le jour. Is it feminine or masculine, by the way? Le jour, it's masculine because there is an M, and we see that the article ends with E. Le, it's masculine, but in English it's the. It has no gender. Yeah? Let's continue. Le lait. If you have some milk, grab the milk from your fridge while and you can drink it. It will build a really strong link in your brain. Yeah? If you drink while you say it out loud. Le lait. Le lait. You will remember that word forever because you will make a link between something you heard, something you pronounced, something you have read, and something you have tasted. Yeah? Le lait, the milk. Next one, la vache, the cow, la vache. Next one, envoie, il envoie, for example, or elle envoie, she sends or he sends. Il envoie, elle envoie. She sends or he sends. Next word, soigne. For example, il soigne. He looks after or he takes care of. Il soigne. Soigne. Wa. Aussi. Also. Aussi. Also. It's quite near of the English word, yeah? Aussi. Also. The next one. Chaque. Each or every. Chaque. Chaque. Yeah? We don't hear the E at the end and the U neither, no? Chaque. We hear only that, which means sh is the sound sh, a, and the Q. Yeah? Chaque. Chaque. And the last one, quelque. Quelque. It's the same. We only hear that one, que, L, and the Q. Quelque. Quelque. A few. Quelque. A few. Let's continue. Now, let's study the text because we want to learn in context. Madame Barberin a aussi une vache. Madame Barberin a aussi une vache. Also, aussi. It sounds a bit the same, no? Also, aussi. Madame Barberin a aussi une vache qui donne 3 litres de lait, qui donne, the qui corresponds here to the which gives, qui donne, 3 litres de lait, 3 liters. How many liters? 3. So that's why we have an S, okay? 3 litres de lait, chaque, it means each, chaque, each day, chaque jour. Jérôme, le méchant mari, Jérôme, le méchant mari, méchant, rude. And here we have a masculine word, so we have a masculine adjective. Méchant, it's masculine. If it would have been something here that is feminine, we would have had an E at the end here. Méchante, it means the feminine, it's a feminine form, and méchant, it's the masculine form. Le méchant mari qui est à Paris. Le méchant mari qui est à Paris envoie un peu d'argent, sends some money. Un peu, it's a few. Yeah, if we translate it word to word, it would be a few. Un peu d'argent. We could also say peu d'argent. Peu d'argent, few money, or some money. Yeah. Et la gentille famille est, and la gentille famille, feminine here, family is feminine. So here that adjective is also feminine. N'est pas malheureuse. Who is unhappy? The family is unhappy. Yeah? So that one, that adjective, unhappy, is also in the feminine form. Madame Barberin prend soin des jolis légumes. Mrs. Barberin takes care of, prend soin de, prend soin des jolis légumes because it's plural. And here we have something special also. Joli, it's plural, but in English it's not plural, yeah? The adjective is not plural here in English, no? The noun, vegetables, is in plural in English, but here we have it also in French, we have it also, the adjective is also plural. Les légumes du jardin, et Rémi garde une petite vache. From the garden, and Rémi keeps a little cow. Une petite vache. Here we have the same. Little, it has no gender, no? But in French, vache is the gender of the noun vache is feminine. So the adjective little, petite, comes with an E at the end. Would it have been something masculine here? Would it have been here without an E? Okay? And it would have sound like that. Petit. Petit, masculine form. Petite, feminine form. Un jour, un homme arrive de Paris. One day, a man arrives from Paris. De, in that case, from. Il a une mauvaise nouvelle. One bad news. In English, news has always an S, yeah? So we could consider it's always plural, yeah? In French, if news is plural, you have an S here at the end, okay? If it's not plural, you don't. If you have only one news, it has no S. It's the case here, yeah? One bad news. But in English, we say he has bad news. It's always plural. Let's continue with the questions. Does Mrs. Barberin have an animal? Does she have an animal? Madame Barberin a-t-elle un animal? Madame Barberin a-t-elle un animal? It's quite great because here animal it's written in the same way in French and English. Madame Barberin a-t-elle un animal? Yes, she has an animal. Oui, elle a un animal. Remember, before I show the answer, or before I show the question also, the translation of the question, you can pause the video to try to build it yourself. Yeah, you take you grab something to note down, and you try to write the question and also the answer. Oui, elle a un animal. On continue. Let's continue. How many liters does the cow give? How many liters does the cow give? Combien de litres donne la vache? Combien de litres donne la vache? The cow gives 3 liters of milk per day. La vache donne 3 litres de lait par jour. 3 litres de lait par jour. How much money does the husband send? In fact, we don't know how much exactly, no? But try to build the answer. Combien d'argent envoie le mari? Combien d'argent envoie? Envoie is the verb to send. Envoie le mari. The husband sends some or few money. Remember, we saw it already. The husband sends some or few money. Le mari envoie un peu d'argent. Un peu d'argent. Le mari envoie un peu d'argent. Next question. What does Mrs. Barberin take care of? Try to remember. De quoi Madame Barberin prend-elle soin? De quoi Madame Barberin prend-elle soin? La réponse. Madame Barberin takes care of the vegetables. Madame Barberin prend soin des légumes. Des légumes. Madame Barberin prend soin des légumes. On continue. Who comes from Paris? Who comes from Paris? Qui arrive de Paris? qui arrive de Paris. We could also say qui vient de Paris. To come or to arrive, it's nearly the same in English, it's nearly the same in French also. Qui arrive de Paris, qui vient de Paris. And the answer, a man arrives or comes from Paris. Un homme arrive de Paris. Un homme. Here, listen, we don't say un homme. We should say so, no? Because it's two separate words. But we make a link, because here we have an H, so we make the link. Un homme arrive de Paris. And now, the rules. The verb avoir. Let's begin with the verb to have. It's really important to know exactly how to write the verb to have. So here we have the pronouns. And here we have the pronouns in English. I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they. And some particularities we already saw is that we have he and she, but in French we don't have it. We don't have it, yeah? The word it. No, it can be only feminine or masculine. On, it's something completely different. It does not correspond to it. No, it means one. It's when we don't know who did that. We say one did that. Yeah, it corresponds, or it can also correspond to we. We did that. On a fait ça. But the verb will always be written at the singular form, yeah, as if it was only one person, okay? And here, one other particularity is they. They can be in French masculine or feminine, yeah? In English, we don't have here the something different for the feminine and the masculine word. Something particular also is that in English, we only have a changing with he and she. In French, everything here is different, as you can see, yeah? And for nearly every verb, we have that particularity, that everything is really different, okay? Here, maybe you saw it already, I did not write je. I did write J apostrophe. Why? Because here, that begins with the vowel, J. Yeah, every time you have a vowel that begins the verb, you cannot put J-E. You have to put J apostrophe. J'ai. Now we will pronounce it, yeah? J'ai. Tu as. Try to pronounce it after me. J'ai. Tu as. Il a. Elle a. On a. We have to make a link, yeah? Because here we have an N. On a. Nous avons. Here also we have a link. Nous avons, like if that one would be a Z. Nous avons. Vous avez. Ils ont. And in the feminine form, elles ont. Elles ont. Great. Let's continue. So, in English, it's I have, you have, he, she has, we have, you have, and they have. It's the verb to have. Really important, because in French, it's also a so-called auxiliary. Yeah, when we have some compound verbs, it will be verb form. It will be always, we will use always an auxiliary that can be être or avoir. Now, the adjectives. It's what we saw today. Yeah, in the text, we saw some singular words and some plural words. Yeah, au, singular masculine. Au, we just have to put an S here, and we have the plural form. Yeah, nul, nul. Bon, bon. Here we have the same. We have an S at the end. Sage, we put an S at the end, and we have the plural form of the masculine. In the feminine form, it's quite easy. Here we have an I, that we aggregate after the T. O, ought. And in the plural form, we aggregate an S. Nul, nul with double L, E, here we have something particular. Nul, nul, but we hear the same, yeah? Nul, 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 we hear the same. Here we don't hear the same. O, we don't hear the T at the end. O, we don't hear the T and we don't hear the S. Ought, ought. Yeah, here it's the same and here it's the same. Bon, bon, bonne, bonne. Good. Sage, 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 sage. We hear exactly the same. Yeah, we are going to see here a bit after some slides, we are going to see that particularities in detail. Some other examples. Ge, 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 ge. We hear the same, but it's not written in the same way. It depends if it's feminine or masculine, and it depends if it's singular or plural. Yeah, all of those here and here also are some adjectives. Yeah, and the adjectives are always related with the noun they modify. Tout, tous, toutes, toutes. Beau, beau, belle, belle. Doux, doux, douce, douce. The same here. It means soft. Soft, beautiful, all or every or each sometimes. Grey, gris, and happy, gai. And now the exact rules. So, concerning the adjectives, they always have gender and number. So, the feminine of an adjective is usually formed by adding an E. Usually, yeah? To the masculine singular, like O, we don't hear the T. Most of the time when we have a T at the end of a word, we don't hear it, okay? And so, O, ought. The E here allows to say out the T, to say out loud the T, yeah? Next rule. The plural of an adjective is usually formed by adding an S to the singular form. O, we don't hear neither the T nor the S. But when it's in the written way, we know exactly that it is plural. If the adjective ends in E mute, it means an E that we don't hear, in the masculine, it does not change in the feminine. It's quite logical, no? If a masculine word ends with an E, we are not going to aggregate two E's. No, we don't aggregate two E's, no? Sage in the masculine form, it's the same in the feminine form. If the adjective ends in the masculine singular with an X or S, as it should be normally with the plural form, it does not change either in the masculine plural. Doux, it does not change. Gris, it does not change. And here, that X, you don't hear it. Yeah, you just hear D-O-U. And those two letters make the sound OU. So here we have do, and here we have do, the same. Gris, gris. And we don't hear the S at the end, like nearly always, yeah? You can see it like a rule. Now, when you have an S at the end, 99% of the time, you don't hear the S. Adjectives which end in the masculine singular with an N or an L double the final consonant. Remember, we saw it already with nul, before adding an E to form the feminine, yeah? Nul, nul. Bon, with O-N, it's the sound on. Bon, bonne. Yeah, here we have a particularity because it ends with an L, so we have to double the L before putting an E at the end. When an adjective modifies two or more nouns, of different gender. It means one is masculine, the other is feminine plural. We cannot use the feminine plural in that case. La maison, feminine, and le jardin sont beaux. Here we don't have belle. No, we have beau. Okay? The house and the garden are beautiful. The adjective is generally placed after the noun. Here we are dealing with the place. Where should we put it? Yeah, after the noun that it modifies. And adjectives of color, taste, shape, and nationality are always placed after the noun. Okay. Examples: une histoire courte, a short story. So it's the contrary here in English. Yeah, a short story. Une histoire courte. Here it's at the end. Here it's before. Yeah, before the noun that it modifies. Un jean bleu, because it's a color, it's always at the end, after the noun that it qualifies. But we have some exceptions, yeah? A few adjectives that are short and used frequently precede the noun. They are before the noun, yeah? Bon, mauvais, joli, grand, petit. Yeah? Good, bad, nice, big, small. Yeah? Un bon garçon. We don't say un garçon bon. We say like in English, no? A good boy. Yeah? Or a nice girl. Yeah? Like in English. But it's the exception. It's only when it's short and used frequently. Here, the possessive adjectives table. It means my, your, his, her, its, our, your, their. Yeah? It's like the other adjectives. It depends on if it's masculine or feminine, singular or plural. Okay? So you have to print that out, and when you write something, you have to be able to know which one to choose, yeah? One good thing here is that the plural form is the same, as you can see, in masculine and in feminine. That's a good thing. That's something that will help us. Mes, tes, ses, nos, vos, leurs. And the S at the end, we don't hear it. Mes, tes, ses, nos, vos, leurs. Okay, the same for the feminine. But in the singular form, there are some short changes, yeah? In the masculine form, mon, ton, son, notre, votre, leur. In the feminine form, ma, ta, sa, notre, votre, leur. Here, something great also is that in the there are three forms in which it's the same, yeah? Notre, votre, leur. Our, your, their. Let's continue. Possessive adjectives roles. The possessive adjectives agrees in gender and in number with the noun that they modify. Okay, that it modifies. And not with the possessor. In English, it agrees with the possessor. Who owns the thing? Yeah? In French, it agrees with what it modifies. Yeah? It's really, really important that you understand. And that example will make it clearer. Rémi a une mère. Okay, you have to imagine Rémi, he has a mother. Rémi has a mother. Yeah? She is his mother. But in French, we say he is her mother. Why do we say her mother? Like if it was her, no? Why would it be her? Because it's mother. Because it's a mother. It's something feminine that he possesses. He does not possess his mother, but yeah, you understood. Yeah? Rémi has a mother. She is his mother in English, but in French, c'est sa mère. Okay? In the exercises, it will be also really clearer, yeah? Let's continue. Before a feminine word beginning with a vowel or an H mute, ma taça turn into mon ton son. That is a so-called exception. In French, there are many exceptions. And you are going to understand why. Could we say ma armoire? If we listen to it, it does not sound well. Ma armoire, ma armoire. We have two sounds here, an ended sound here and a beginning sound here that are exactly the same, and it does not sound well. So we use the masculine one. Mon armoire, and we make the link, yeah? Mon armoire. Ma armoire, no. Ma armoire, my wardrobe. It does not sound well. So in French, we use mon armoire. The same with horloge. Ma horloge, no, it does not sound well. So we say mon horloge. So every time you have a mute H or every time you have a vowel, you have to use the masculine words instead of the feminine words. Let's fill in the blanks, if needed, only if needed. La jolie vache donne du bon lait. La jolie vache donne du bon lait. So what you have to ask yourself, vache, is it feminine or masculine in French? Is it feminine or masculine? And lait, is it feminine or masculine? Or is it plural? The nice cow gives some good milk. The nice cow gives some good milk. La jolie vache donne du bon lait. Bon, it's masculine. Lait, masculine, so we don't change anything. But here, vache, it's feminine. So the adjective has to be feminine also. Let's continue. On continue maintenant avec le prochain exercice. Let's continue with the next exercise. La famille n'est pas très gaie, car le mari est méchant. La famille n'est pas très gaie, car le mari est méchant. The family isn't very happy because the husband is rude. The family isn't very happy because the husband is rude. So, here we have the word happy, and here we have the word rude. Happy, rude. Which one is feminine, which one is masculine, which one is plural? There is no plural, but we have here something that is feminine. Because who is happy? The family is happy. The family is happy. Okay? Le mari est méchant. Who is rude? The husband is rude. Okay? So rude, it's not feminine. Would it have been feminine? Would we have put here an E at the end? And it would have sound different. It would have sound méchante instead of méchant. Rémi et ses amis sont très sages. Rémi et ses amis sont très sages. Where is the adjective? The adjective is here. Sage, it means quiet. And we have to ask ourselves, who is quiet? Yeah? Ses amis. His friends. So, his friends, it's a plural word. So, sage has to be plural also. Les légumes et les fruits sont très jolis. Les légumes et les fruits sont très jolis. We have to ask yourself, what is nice? So, that thing that is nice is the fruits and the vegetables. So, they are plural. So, we have to put an S at the end of the adjective. Les légumes et les fruits sont très jolis. But we don't hear it, yeah? We will only see it in the written way. Les nouvelles sont mauvais. Is it correct or not? The news are bad. Les nouvelles sont mauvais. So we have to ask ourselves, mauvais, it corresponds to what? What is bad? The news. And the news, the word news in French, is it a feminine word or a masculine word? Les nouvelles sont mauvaises. Here we have something double. It is feminine, so we have to aggregate an E, and it is also plural, yeah? The news it's feminine and also plural. So we have both an E and an S to aggregate, and always in that order. Let's continue with the new exercise. Mistake, no mistake. So we have to look carefully at that sentence and try to know if it has a mistake or not. So that one, le vache est joli. Has it a mistake or two mistakes or nothing? Is it completely correct? You have to think about it and tell me. It has a mistake, but where is that mistake? The mistake is at the beginning of the sentence and also at the last word of the sentence. And you have now to try to correct it. La vache est jolie. Vache, we saw it's a feminine word, so it cannot be le, it's la. Yeah? And jolie, it ends with an E at the end because it's feminine. Mistake, no mistake. Rémi est gentille. Rémi est gentille. It has a mistake. Where is it? Gentille. Rémi is a man. So we cannot say double L-E. Double L-E, it's for the feminine form. But we hear the same, yeah? Gentil, 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 gentil. We hear the same. Mistake, no mistake. Les amis de Rémi sont gentils. Les amis de Rémi sont gentils. No mistake, everything is correct. Remember, you can pause the video pressing the space bar if you want to take some time to think about it, yeah? If it has or if it doesn't have a mistake. Mistake, no mistake. Les fruits du jardin sont bons. Les fruits du jardin sont bons. Mistake. Two mistakes. Les fruits du jardin sont bons. You have to take away the S on this word and aggregate an S at this word. Yeah? Why? Because les fruits du jardin. How much garden are there? There's only one garden. Yeah? Du. Yeah? Du, it's singular. Les fruits du jardin, that one is a noun. Now it's not an adjective. It's not an adjective. Yeah? Les fruits du jardin sont bons. How are they? The fruits of the garden are great or are delicious, yeah? Sont bons. So, what is good? What is good, yeah? The fruits. So, the fruits, it's plural, and it's masculine plural. So, bon, B-O-N, with an S. Mistake, no mistake. J'ai un mauvaise nouvelle. J'ai un mauvaise nouvelle. Quite easy, that one. J'ai un mauvaise nouvelle. It has a mistake. Yeah? Un mauvaise nouvelle? No, it's not un. Une mauvaise nouvelle. Yeah? It's feminine. And here we could see it because it ends with double L-E. And here it has an E at the end. So it's feminine. Okay? Une mauvaise nouvelle. Mistake, no mistake. J'ai 3 litres de lait par jour. Really easy, that one. J'ai 3 litres de lait par jour. It has a mistake. Where is it? Litre with an S. J'ai 3 litres de lait par jour. I have 3 liters milk per day. And so as to end, I'd like to see a quote with you. Yeah? A French quote. Aux grands mots, les grands remèdes. Aux grands mots, les grands remèdes. To great evils, great remedies. But in English, you say desperate times call for desperate measures. I really hope you enjoyed that lesson, and I see you in the next lesson. Bye bye. À bientôt pour une super nouvelle leçon en votre compagnie. Today's lesson is going to be about preposition, but not every preposition. The preposition in front of the city names and the country names. Okay? But before going to that point, and also some very useful verbs, we're going to see some vocabulary. Yeah? The first word we're going to see today, so as to be able to see those grammar points in context, is the word blessé. Check out my mouth when I say it, yeah? Blessé. Blessé. It means wounded or hurt. And now it's going to be your turn. You have to repeat after me, yeah? Blessé. Once again, blessé. And the next word. Next word, check out la semaine. La semaine, the week. La semaine. And we're going to see also every day of the week, yeah? Lundi, Monday. Lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. I repeat, lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. Quite easy. The week, la semaine. And now you repeat, please, la semaine. Once again, check out really, it's important to check out my mouth when I pronounce it, yeah? La semaine. And don't hesitate to exaggerate the movements of your mouth at the beginning. It's going to help you, yeah? La semaine. Let's continue with some other words that we're going to see in the text. Le besoin, the need, le besoin. Next one. La somme, the sum, la somme. La somme de 5 euros, the sum of 5 euros. La somme de 5 euros. Don't hesitate to have to grab some money, yeah? When you say and when you listen, when you learn that word, yeah? La somme, la somme. A été, has been, a été. You're going to see that verb in the text. A été, has been. L'ami, the friend. L'ami, the friend. Normally it would be le ami. But if you remember, we saw it already with the articles. The I has to disappear and we put an apostrophe. L'ami, because the first letter here is ami. It begins with a vowel. A. It's a vowel. L'ami, the friend. Next word. Grand. Grand. Grand, big, great, large, it depends, no? Grand. Here I want you to grab some objects. One small object and one big object, okay? Petit, grand. Petit, grand. Yeah? When you grab it, you say petit, and when you grab the other, you say grand. Yeah? It really helps if you grab an object and you learn with objects. Petit, it means small. Grand, it means big, great, or large. And here you see, you have an I with something special here in between, yeah? And that sign means you have to put the word, the beginning of the word here, and put an I to build the feminine form, yeah? So, in the feminine, grande, grande. And in the masculine, you don't hear the D and the I neither, yeah? Grand, grand, grande, feminine, grand, masculine. Next word, mauvais. And when you say it, you have to put your face so bad, no, bad. Like if you were a bad guy or a bad woman, yeah? Bad. Mauvais. Mauvais. Bad. And for the women, it would be mauvaise. Mauvaise. Yeah? The feminine word with an E at the end. And in the masculine, mauvais. Mauvais. And here, if you see carefully, we have the same structure. Yeah? Grand, we don't hear the D at the end. Yeah? And grande, we hear the E at the end and we hear the D at the end. Here, mauvais It's like if the word would end here. Mauvais. That sound is E. Mauvais. But at the feminine form, we hear the S and we hear the E. Mauvaise. Mauvaise. Yeah? And that structure is in many words that ends with a D, with a T, or with a S. Sérieusement. Sérieusement. Seriously. They have the same root. Sérieusement. Seriously. Transporter. Carried. Transporter. Carried. And now the text. L'homme qui arrive de Paris est un ami. Est un ami. Here I make the link. Yeah, you can hear it. I don't say est un ami. I say est un. Like here, if we had a T, if it was all in everything in only one word, est un ami. And here I do the link also. Un ami, because here it's a vowel, and here it's a vowel also. Est un ami. L'homme qui arrive de Paris, from Paris, est un ami. De Jérôme. Est un ami de Jérôme, is a friend of Jérôme. Il annonce à Madame Barberin, he announces, or he tells her. Il annonce à Madame Barberin, à Madame Barberin, que son mari a été sérieusement blessé. Que son mari, que is that, que son mari a été, was or has been, would be better in that case, has been or was seriously injured. Blessé, injured. And here you see it ends with ed in English, and here with an e, yeah, because it's masculine. Would it have been feminine? E with an accent and e for the feminine form, and only e for the masculine form. Que son mari a été sérieusement blessé. En Belgique. Where was he wounded or hurt? In Belgium. In Belgium, it's en Belgique. Belgique, in French, it's a feminine noun, yeah? It's a feminine noun of country, yeah? Jérôme a été transporté dans un hôpital. Jérôme a été transporté dans un hôpital. He was transported in a hospital. Dans un hôpital aux Pays-Bas. In the Netherlands. Aux Pays-Bas. Pays-Bas, it's a plural country in French. Il a besoin d'argent. He needs money. Il a besoin d'argent. La gentille femme envoie un peu. La gentille femme, gentil, nice. Gentil, nice. Femme, woman. La gentille femme envoie un peu d'argent à son mari. Un peu d'argent à son mari. To her husband. À son mari, to her husband. Les semaines passent et une lettre arrive d'Amsterdam. The weeks pass and a letter arrives from Amsterdam. From Amsterdam, Amsterdam begins with a vowel, and when you have the word from in French, and when you have a vowel, you have to write the apostrophe. Une lettre arrive d'Amsterdam qui demande une grande somme d'argent. Which, qui demande une grande somme d'argent, which requires a large amount of money. Grande somme, large amount. Grande somme, large amount. And now the question and answers. Is the man a friend of Rémi? The first thing that you have to do is translate it to French. Is the man a friend of Rémi? L'homme est-il, remember, when you put the pronoun after the verb, you have to put an hyphen. L'homme est-il un ami de Rémi? Is the man a friend of Rémi? No, he is a friend of Jérôme. So you pause the video and you try to write it on a sheet of paper. Non, c'est un ami de Jérôme. Non, c'est un ami de Jérôme. Non, c'est un ami de Jérôme. Next question. What is he announcing to Mrs. Barberin? So you pause the video and you try to build the question. Qu'annonce-t-il à Madame Barberin? Here normally it would be que, Q-U-I, que annonce-t-il à Madame Barberin? But here we have a vowel, so we quit the I and we put an apostrophe. Qu'annonce-t-il à Madame Barberin? He tells her that her husband is injured. Il lui annonce que son mari est blessé. Blessé, injured. Il lui annonce que son mari est blessé. In which country was Jérôme injured? In which country was Jérôme injured? Dans quel pays Jérôme a-t-il été blessé? So try to remember. Essayez de vous rappeler. Try to remember. Essayez de vous rappeler où a-t-il été blessé? Dans quel pays Jérôme a-t-il été blessé? Jérôme was injured in Belgium. So try to remember how to say in Belgium. Jérôme a été blessé en Belgique. En, because Belgique is a feminine word. Jérôme a été blessé en Belgique. Where was he taken to? Where was he taken to? Où a-t-il été transporté? Où a-t-il été transporté? He was transported or taken to the Netherlands. The Netherlands is plural. Il a été transporté aux Pays-Bas. Aux Pays-Bas. We will see the exact rules a bit later. What does he need? De quoi a-t-il besoin? Avoir besoin de quelque chose, it means to need something. Avoir besoin de quelque chose. De quoi a-t-il besoin? What does he need? He needs money. Il a besoin d'argent. Il a besoin d'argent. Avoir besoin de is the verb to need. So in French we have 3 words. And in English we have only 1 word in that case. And now the exact rules, but I think you already get one of them. Les prépositions devant les villes, les pays et les îles. French prepositions with cities, countries and islands. A, it means when you are in a place or when you go to a place, yeah? A and a city. Je vais à Washington. I go to Washington. Je vais à Washington. Never been there. A and an island. Je suis à Madagascar. Madagascar is a French-speaking island in the southeast of Africa. Je suis à Madagascar. Je suis à Madagascar. I am in Madagascar. So here we have to and here we have in. And O, here it's a bit different. O and masculine countries. So you have to know whether it's a masculine country or a feminine country. And A bit later, I will show you some masculine country lists and some feminine country lists and some plural country lists also. Je vis au Portugal. I live in Portugal. Je vis au Portugal. Now, with the plural countries, we have to use AUX. Je travaille aux États-Unis. I work in the United States of America. Je travaille aux États-Unis. And here I have to make a special link that you can hear. Aux États-Unis. I don't say aux États-Unis. I say aux États-Unis. Aux États-Unis. Yeah? And with feminine countries, how does it work? With en. J'étudie en France. I study in France. In, yeah, in that case it's en. Because France is a feminine country. Yeah, we say la France. We don't say le France. We say la France. Then with also en, we will use also en with vowel countries. Yeah, vowel countries, it means countries that begin with a vowel. Yeah, j'habite en Inde. I study in India. I have a lot of students, by the way, in India. A big hug to them. J'habite en Inde. I study in India. J'habite en Inde because here we have a vowel. Here are some examples of verbs that we use with a. Yeah, some verbs are only used with a. Some verbs are used with another preposition. Aller à, it means to go to. Vivre à, it means to live in. Étudier à, it means to study in. Être à, to be in. Travailler à, to work in. Habiter à, to live in. Yeah, it's the same as vivre. We have two ways to say that we live. Yeah, j'habite à, here it's the place where you live. Et je vis à, it's exactly the same. Yeah, vivre à, habiter à. And now we will study with de. It means from. Yeah, you come from a place. De and a city. Je suis de Colombie. I am from Colombia. Je reviens de Martinique. Martinique is an island. Je reviens de Martinique. I just return from Martinique. Revenir de, it's when you just come from somewhere. Yeah. Je reviens de Martinique. I just come back from Martinique. It's also a French-speaking island. And we have also the feminine countries. Je viens de Tunisie. Tunisie, you have to know that it is feminine. Yeah, I come from Tunisia. Tunisia is also in northern of Africa. And most of the people understand and speak also French. Then we have the masculine countries like Canada. Je suis du Canada. I am from Canada. The apostrophe, we already saw it, is when we have a vowel. Je viens d'Angleterre. I come from England. Des with plural countries. Je reviens des Pays-Bas. I return or I come back from the Netherlands. Some examples of verbs that we use with de, it means with from. Être de. I am from, yeah, I am from Colombia, I am from, etc. Revenir de is to come back from. And venir de, it's also meaning your origin, yeah? I come from that place. It corresponds to your origin. Here some examples, and here we're going to make some pronunciation, yeah? Le Suriname, it's a masculine country, yeah? Le Suriname. Le Maroc, French-speaking country, yeah? And it's in northern of Africa also. It's an Arabic country, but they all speak French. Le Congo. Le Venezuela. Le Brésil. Le Royaume-Uni. United Kingdom. Royaume-Uni. United Kingdom. In French, it's really common that we have exactly the opposite. Royaume-Uni, and in English you have the contrary, no? United Kingdom. L'Iran, le Canada. Here we have L apostrophe because we have a vowel here, yeah? Le Canada, le Pérou, where I have been living 5 years. Le Ghana, we don't hear the H. Le Ghana, le Liban, le Pakistan, here we have a nasal sound. En, Pakistan. Yeah, a bit of hair has to come through the nose. Le Nicaragua, le Qatar, le Portugal, le Honduras, le Cambodge, le Mexique, le Mozambique, le Zimbabwe, le Belize, le Danemark. Here we don't hear the E. Le Danemark. Danemark. Here a list of feminine countries. La Syrie, la Tunisie, la France, la Belgique. Here we speak French, here we speak French also. La Grèce, la Suisse, Switzerland, we also speak French. La Slovaquie, la Bulgarie, l'Inde, l'Irlande, l'Italie. By the way, here you can see that feminine countries often, I don't say always because we have a lot of exceptions in French, but many countries that ends with an E, yeah, here and here also, are feminine countries. And here a list of plural countries. Les États-Unis, with a link here, yeah, because here we have a vowel. Les États-Unis. Les Émirats Arabes Unis. Les Émirats. I don't say les Émirats, I say les Émirats. Yeah, we have to make the link. Les Pays-Bas. Here we don't make the link because here that one is not a vowel, it's a consonant. Les Pays-Bas. Les Philippines. Les Philippines, where I would really like to go. Les Philippines. And now some important verbs. If you don't know the verbs, you won't be able to build some phrases, yeah, some sentences. So it's really important. So here, the verb to speak. Je parle. For example, je parle français. I speak French. Je parle. Tu parles. With tu, you have always an S. Yeah, at every form. There is nearly no exception. Tu parles with an S. Il parle. Elle parle if it's a woman. Il parle. Elle parle. On parle. On, remember, it's when we don't know who is speaking. Or it can also be one. One is speaking. Or it can also be we. But we saw it already in the lectures of that we saw before. Il parle, elle parle, on parle. So he speaks or she speaks. Nous parlons. Vous parlez. Il parle. Elle parle. Parle, parle, parle. We hear the same here. Parlons, parler, parle. So in that case and in those three, we hear exactly the same. Yeah, it's just written in another way, but we hear the same. Le verbe aimer, the verb to love or to like. J'aime. We by the way, we don't have this distinction between love and like. Or love, it would be adorer, like to adore, no? And like is aimer. J'aime. Tu aimes. Il aime. Elle aime. On aime. On aime. I didn't say on aime. I said on aime because we have here a vowel. On aime. Nous aimons. Vous aimez. Ils aiment. Elles aiment. Here I said elles aiment, yeah? With like if we had here a Z, yeah? Elles aiment. Elles aiment. They like. J'appelle. Tu appelles. Il appelle. Elle appelle. On appelle. Nous appelons. Vous appelez. Ils appellent. Elles appellent. The verb to call. Yeah? And here we have only one thing that is a bit particular. Here we have double L-E, double L, double L. But here we have a simple L. Simple L and double L. Yeah? We have often the exceptions with both of them. Yeah? With nous and vous, many times you will see it's a bit particular. And now, fill in the blanks. Madame Barberin vit France. So maybe print out in the PDF files that you can see in the course, you print out the file and then you try to check out if France is feminine word or masculine word, and here the verb, what do we use with that verb? And you try to fill that out. Madame Barberin vit France. In France, yeah, in English, what would it be in French? Vit en France. Madame Barberin vit en France. Vit en France. Here we have a vowel, so I don't say vit en France, I say vit en France. Madame Barberin vit en France. The next one. Jérôme est allé Belgique. So you pause the video and you try to answer the question. Jérôme has gone to Belgium. So how do you say that in French? To Belgium. En Belgique. Jérôme est allé en Belgique. Jérôme est allé en Belgique. And here we have also a vowel and the T here, so we say est allé en Belgique. Jérôme est actuellement Amsterdam. In English, Jérôme is currently in Amsterdam. So, how would you say it in French? Jérôme est actuellement à Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, à Amsterdam. Il vient France, mais travaille Belgique. He comes from France, but works in Belgium. Il vient de France, mais travaille en Belgique. Il vient de France, mais travaille en Belgique. Jérôme ne vit pas Pays-Bas. Jérôme doesn't live in the Netherlands. Jérôme ne vit pas aux Pays-Bas. Au, A-U-X, because it's a plural country. Quite interesting, no? Plural country, feminine country, masculine country. We don't have such kind of things in English, but in French, yes, we have. Now, the exercise. Mistake, no mistake. Is there here a mistake? Is it wrong or is it right? L'homme arrive de Paris. L'homme arrive de Paris. You can pause the video. Once again, you can pause the video to be sure to analyze that sentence. L'homme arrive de Paris. Wrong or right? It is right, no mistake. Madame Barberin vit pas à Belgique. Madame Barberin vit pas à Belgique. There is a mistake, but where is it? Oh, two mistakes. Two mistakes. Here we have to consider that other group of verbs because we have the negative sentence. Here, that thing is showing a negative sentence, and that one is the verb. And here we have a preposition. preposition in front of a country that is a feminine country. So, please correct it. Ne vis pas en Belgique. In the negative sentence in French, we have two words. Yeah, remember, we saw it already. Ne vis pas. We saw it in the negative sentence lecture. Ne vis pas en Belgique. En, because it's a feminine country. Ne vis pas en Belgique. Madame Barberin ne vit pas en Belgique. Mistake, no mistake. Jérôme parle de la vie à Amsterdam. Jérôme parle de la vie à Amsterdam. Correct or not? There is a mistake, but where is it? I will give you a hint. It's here. It's without S. Jérôme parle de la vie à Amsterdam. Mistake, no mistake. L'hôpital est situé aux Pays-Bas. L'hôpital est situé aux Pays-Bas. There is no mistake. L'hôpital est situé aux Pays-Bas. It means the hospital is situated in the Netherlands. Mistake, no mistake. Nous aimons vivre à Paris. Here you have to check out the verb. Nous aimons vivre à Paris. There is a mistake because it's not written with a T. With nous, it's written with ONS. Yeah? Nous, you have to make a link in your brain between nous and ONS. Yeah, at the present form, it's nearly always written in that way. Vous parlez français à Belgique. Vous parlez français à Belgique. You speak French in Belgium. There is a mistake. À Belgique is not correct. En Belgique. Vous parlez français en Belgique. Feminine country name. And now to end the quote. Avec des si et des mais, on mettrait Paris en bouteille. Avec des si et des mais, on mettrait Paris en bouteille. Here is the conditional form. Yeah, it's a bit special. We will see that in another level. With ifs and buts, one would put Paris in a bottle. Or one, would put Paris in a bottle. Yeah, it's not said in that way in English. In English, if ifs and ands were pots and pans, there'd be no work for tinker's hands. Yeah, it means, you can always say, if that would have happened, if that would have happened. But in fact, you never know. I really hope you enjoyed this lesson. Don't forget to review this lesson. Don't forget to do the exercises of the lesson. It's really, really important. I see you in the next lecture. And now we will see the complete rule. Yeah, the complete rule, grammar rule that we have for the negative sentences. Je ne suis pas en France. Here is how to build on that page in the singular form. Yeah, it means with I, you, he, and she. Je ne suis pas en France. Tu n'es pas en France. Il n'est pas en France. Elle n'est pas en France. Once again. Je ne suis pas en France. I am not in France. Tu n'es pas en France. You are not in France. Il n'est pas en France. He is not in France. Elle n'est pas en France. She is not in France. And now, the plural form. Nous ne sommes pas en France. Vous n'êtes pas en France. Ils ne sont pas en France. Elles ne sont pas en France. And I don't know if you noticed, but I don't say pas en France. I say pas en France, because here we have a vowel and here an S. So I have to hear that sound, like if it was a Z. Yeah, like a Z, like a fly, yeah, flying. Z. Elles ne sont pas en France. Okay? Once again, nous ne sommes pas en France. We are not in France. Vous n'êtes pas en France. You are not in France. Ils ne sont pas en France. They are not in France. Elles ne sont pas en France. They are not in France. Here we don't have a distinction, yeah, in English between the masculine and the feminine, yeah. Here we don't have either, no? It's written in the same way, but the pronoun is different. Il for the men and elle for the women. Okay? Don't forget that you can also press space, yeah, to pause the video so as to be able to repeat it. Yeah, when I say it out loud, you press the space bar, yeah, and you can repeat it after me. And now some short rules, yeah. So something interesting is that in English it's one word to say not. I am not. In English, two words, yeah. Normally it is ne and pas. Two words in French, one word in English. That's the first thing to remember. Then, what we have to remember also is that the verb is in between, yeah? We have ne on one side and pas on the other side, in the second part, yeah? In the first part, ne, in the second part, pas. And the verb is in the middle, yeah? And the third rule, if the verb begins with a vowel, then you have an apostrophe instead of ne. Yeah, ne, you don't use it. You use an apostrophe. I remember you the vowels. The vowels are A, E, I, O, U, or Y. Okay? Every verb that begins with one of these letters, then you won't be able to say ne. You quit the E and you put here an apostrophe. Okay? That are some short rules. Of course, there are some more complicated rules, but here we are at the beginning of the French learning, so we won't go deeper in some other rules. Yeah? These rules are the most important. Let's continue with the exercises. Complete with the negative form. You're gonna see it's really quite easy. Madame Barberin, et sa mère. So, in English, Madame Barberin, what we want to say is that Madame Barberin is not his mother. Okay? Madame Barberin n'est pas sa mère. Yeah, quite easy. You have the N apostrophe and you have the pas, and in between you have the verb. Madame Barberin n'est pas sa mère. Really easy. The next one. Monsieur Barberin vit à Marseille. Vit, the verb to live, but we could also see it as the verb to be, yeah? To be or to live. Monsieur Barberin vit à Marseille. Monsieur Barberin doesn't live in Marseille, that's what we want to say. Monsieur Barberin ne vit pas à Marseille. Why don't we have an apostrophe here? You know it already because here we have a consonant. It is not a vowel, yeah? It's a consonant. Ne vit pas à Marseille. À Marseille, the A is the in, yeah? A with apostrophe. If you don't have the apostrophe, it's a verb, yeah? It's the verb to have, yeah? Monsieur Barberin ne vit pas à Marseille. Let's continue. On continue. Monsieur Barberin, pas le père de Rémi. In English, Monsieur Barberin isn't Rémi's father. By the way, if you think you can answer the question before I show the English version, it's a good thing. It's really a good thing. You should try, yeah? So, before you see that one, you can pause the video, pressing space. Yeah, you can pause the video and try to answer the question. Yeah, but if you think you're not at the good level right now, you just wait to have the English version of the phrase, and you try to fill that blanks. Yeah, okay. Monsieur Barberin n'est pas le père de Rémi. N'est pas le père de Rémi. Is not, n'est pas. Ok. Monsieur et Madame Barberin ne à Marseille. Monsieur et Madame Barberin, Mr. and Mrs. Barberin, are not in Marseille. Are not or doesn't live, you can choose. Ne sont pas à Marseille. Ne sont pas à Marseille. Next one. Monsieur Barberin, son père. Monsieur Barberin is not his father. Monsieur Barberin n'est pas son père. N'est pas son père.
In this lecture, we will learn how to use the imperative in French and how to conjugate French verbs ending with ER. You have to be able to conjugate verbs in order to build your first sentences. We will, like always, use gestures, objects, pictures so as to make it enjoyable and fun. Yeah, and we will learn with context also, like always, through a story, because what you learn has to be linked with emotions and feeling, so as to be persistent. Yeah, my name's Chris, and I'm your favorite native French teacher, and I will be at your side during all the process through the chat to point out your mistakes and to help you. So let's get started and jump into the course now and learn how to give some orders with the imperative form with some useful verbs. This lecture is going to be about the imperative. What is the imperative? Imperative is when you give an order to someone, yeah? You do that for me, or go to the market, or grab that key, you know, for example, yeah? That is the imperative form, yeah? And so, in French, the imperative form, it's really not difficult, but you have to know how to build it. But first, like always, like in each of our lectures, we are going to see a bit of vocabulary that we are going to see in the text so as to build a context to those rules. First word, la misère. La misère. The poverty or the distress. La misère. And now we are going to repeat, okay? First you listen and then you repeat, please. La misère. Once again, la misère. Great. And now let's continue to the next word. Next word. La rue. The street. La rue. La rue. Don't hesitate to shout it out loud. Yeah. When you learn, it's better to say it really loud than to say it in a really quiet way. Yeah. La rue, the street. La rue. By the way, that image that you see here, it's not from France, it's from Italy. But in France, we have the same type of street, of old streets that are really incredible. Really, really nice. I've been living a lot in the southern of France, and I've seen many of those streets. And now let's listen and repeat after me. La rue. Once again, la rue. I hope you did it well. Let's continue with some other vocabulary words. Une période. Une période. You can make that gesture, yeah, to remember the word better, yeah. Une période, a period of time. Une période. In the text that we're going to see,
we are going to see that the woman has a bad period of time. Entrer, entrer, to enter or to come in. What you can do just right now, you go to your door and you open your door and you make as if you were coming in your house while you say out loud the verb entrer, entrer. J'entre dans ma maison. I repeat, j'entre dans ma maison. I come in my house, or I get in my house, or enter my house. Entrer. Le voisin, the neighbor. Le voisin, the neighbor. Trouve, finds. Here we have it, the verb, at the third person of the singular form. It means he or she. Yeah? For example, he finds. Il trouve. And the best would be just right now, you grab your keys and you say, il trouve ses clés. He finds his keys. Il trouve ses clés. Il trouve ses clés. Let's continue. On continue maintenant avec d'autres mots. Le travail. Le travail. And it's a masculine word, that's why you have an M. Le travail, the work. Bien. Make the gesture. Bien. How are you? I am well. Je vais bien. I am well. Je vais bien. Or it can also sometimes mean very. Very difficult, bien difficile. It is very difficult, c'est bien difficile. But it's not so common. Heureusement, heureusement, fortunately, heureusement. And heureux, it means happy. Heureusement, it's an adverb and it means fortunately. Heureusement. And the last one, seul, alone, seul, alone. And here we have something quite interesting. This is an adjective. So an adjective, you can put it at the feminine form in French. And here you just have to add an E at the end. We already saw it in the lecture with the adjectives, yeah? And the interesting here is that you hear the same. Seul, at the masculine form, it sounds exactly the same as seul at the feminine form, yeah? So only in the written way will you be able to know if it's feminine or if it's masculine. Seul, only, or alone.
And now let's begin with the text. Madame Barberin entre dans une période bien malheureuse. Madame Barberin entre dans une période bien malheureuse. Here we have a link. Entre dans une. I don't say dans une. I say dans une. Yeah, here it's a vowel, so we have to make the link. Dans une période bien malheureuse. Mrs. Barberin is coming in a very bad period of time. Elle cherche à vendre la vache pour envoyer un peu d'argent. Elle cherche à vendre la vache pour envoyer un peu d'argent. Cherche à is looking to, yeah? She's looking to sell the cow, la vache, the cow, pour envoyer, to send or so as to send, some money, un peu d'argent, or a bit of money. Madame Barberin entre dans une période bien malheureuse. Elle cherche à vendre la vache pour envoyer un peu d'argent. Here we have 3 verbs. Yeah, interesting verbs and very used verbs. Yeah, very common verbs. Entre,
cherche, envoyer. Pour envoyer un peu d'argent à Jérôme qui est à l'hôpital. Et maintenant, la misère frappe dans la petite maison de Rémi. À Jérôme qui est à l'hôpital. Et maintenant, la misère frappe dans la petite maison de Rémi. Les légumes du jardin, the garden's vegetables. Les légumes, here we have the plural form and here we have the plural form. Here, les légumes du jardin. Aide la petite famille à survivre. Here we have the plural form, ENT. ENT, because it's the vegetables, the plural. Yeah? Les légumes aident la petite famille à survivre. Heureusement, Madame Barberin trouve un peu de travail chez un voisin. Heureusement, fortunately, Madame Barberin, Mrs. Barberin, trouve, finds, in English here we have an S, in French we don't have it. Madame Barberin trouve un peu de travail chez un voisin. She finds some small work for a neighbor or at the neighbor, at a neighbor. Yeah? Trouve, here we don't have an S because it's the third person of the singular form. Yeah? We only have an S here at the second person of the singular form. But we will see that later in the grammar lecture. Is Mrs. Barberin happy? Is Mrs. Barberin happy? Mrs. Barberin est-elle heureuse? Madame Barberin est-elle heureuse? Remember the pronoun, when the pronoun is after the verb, you have a hyphen. Madame Barberin est-elle heureuse? No, she is unhappy. So you pause the video and you try to build on a sheet of paper, on your workbook, you try to note the answer. No, she is unhappy. Non, elle est malheureuse. Non, elle est malheureuse. Madame Barberin est-elle heureuse? Non, elle est malheureuse. And that word here is quite interesting. Heureuse is happy, and here malheureuse is unhappy. So we have the same structure, yeah, in English, yeah. Happy, unhappy, heureuse, malheureuse, yeah. It will help you remember the word. What does she want to sell? What does she want to sell? How do you say this in French? Que veut-elle vendre? Que veut-elle vendre? Que veut-elle vendre? Try to remember what she wants to sell. She wants to sell the cow. Elle veut vendre la vache. Elle veut vendre la vache. Here is the verb to want. And here we have a verb that is at the infinitive form and is the verb to sell. Elle veut vendre la vache. In English you have to in front of the verb at the infinitive form. In French you don't have that to. Yeah? Elle veut vendre la vache. La vache, is it feminine or is it masculine? It is feminine. Elle veut vendre la vache. Does she send a lot of money? A lot of, you know already how to say it. Envoie-t-elle beaucoup d'argent? Envoie-t-elle beaucoup d'argent? A lot of, beaucoup. D'argent. Why do we have here an apostrophe? Because here we have a vowel. Yeah? When we have a vowel, you don't write de argent. You write d'argent. Envoie-t-elle beaucoup d'argent? And the answer? No, she's sending some money or few money. Non, elle envoie un peu d'argent. Un peu, few, or some. Un peu d'argent. Elle envoie, here is the verb to send, at the third person of the singular form. Non, elle envoie un peu d'argent. What helps the family? What helps the family? Try to pause the video and to build the question yourself. Qu'est-ce qui aide la famille? Qu'est-ce qui? All of that is what? All of that. Qu'est-ce qui aide la famille is the verb to help. Yeah? What helps the family? Once again, here we have an S. Here we don't have it. We only have it at the second person of the singular form, not the third person. Here is the third person, yeah? It's like he or she. Qu'est-ce qui aide la famille? La famille, it's a feminine noun, yeah? Famille, feminine noun. Qu'est-ce qui aide la famille? The vegetables from the garden helps the family. The vegetables from the garden help the family. Les légumes du jardin aident la famille. Les légumes du jardin aident la famille. La famille, it's a feminine word, yeah? La famille. Aide, it's here at the third person of the plural form, yeah? Aide, ENT, at the third person of the plural form. Les légumes du jardin aident la famille. Who offers work to Mrs. Barberin? Try to get the question yourself, yeah? Try to write it down. Qui offre du travail à Madame Barberin? Who is qui? Qui offre du travail à Madame Barberin? And the answer? It is the neighbor who offers work to Mrs. Barberin. It is the neighbor. C'est. It is. C'est. C'est le voisin qui, in that case, who, qui offre du travail à Madame Barberin. Who offers, once again, here we have an S, here we don't have it. Yeah? C'est le voisin qui offre du travail à Madame Barberin. And now, the grammar rules. Le verbe entrer. The verb to come in or to get in. Now we are going to see 6 verbs, yeah? 6 different verbs. And you will see that we have nearly always the same structure with the verbs that ends with ER. Yeah, here you can see the ending is ER. And nearly, there are a lot of verbs in French that end with ER. And they are called from the first group. J'entre, I come in. And why do we have here J apostrophe? Because here we have a vowel. E is a vowel. Yeah? J'entre, I come in. Tu entres, with an S at the end. Tu entres, you come in. But it's the you, the singular you. Yeah? Not the plural you. The plural you have it here. Yeah? It's completely different in French, the ending of the verb with the plural you. Il entre, elle entre, on entre. Yeah? He or she comes in. Nous entrons, ONS at the end, and you will see that many times it's the same. Nous entrons, we come in. Vous entrez, EZ at the end. You come in at the plural form. Ils entrent, elles entrent. And here, once again, here we have an S, here we have a vowel, so we hear a link, yeah? We hear a link that is Z, yeah? Elles entrent, ils entrent. The verb to hit or to strike. Yeah, the verb to hit or to strike. It means frapper. Frapper with double P. Yeah, frapper. And here we have the root. Yeah, we can call it root because we can see it in the whole verb. Yeah, F-R-A-P-P. Yeah, it doesn't change. So we have the root and we have the ending. Yeah, and the ending, once again, it's the same. Je frappe with an E at the end. Tu frappes, I-S. Il frappe. Nous frappons. Vous frappez. Il frappe. And once again, here, the last one, we hear exactly the same as the three first one. Yeah? Frappe, 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 frappe. Okay? That one is exactly the same as those three when we hear them. That's why we always have to use the pronoun. Yeah? So as to be able to know who is speaking. I hit, you hit, he or she hits, etc. Je cherche. Tu cherches. The verb to search for. Il cherche. Nous cherchons. Vous cherchez. Il cherche. So it's important that you know the root. Yeah? When you know the root and you know the endings, you can build them together and you have all the answers with the ER verbs. Yeah, the verbs that at the infinitive form and with ER are nearly always written in the same way for the present form. I search for, you search for, etc. And once again, those three sound the same as that one. Yeah? Here we only have a distinction in those two. Nous cherchons, vous cherchez. We search for, or you search for at the plural form. J'aide, tu aides, il aide. Nous aidons, vous aidez, ils aident. The verb to help. It's an ER verb. And here we have a vowel, so we don't have the E here, we have an apostrophe. Je trouve, tu trouves, il trouve, nous trouvons, vous trouvez, il trouve. The verb to find. J'envoie, the last verb. Le verbe envoyer, to send. J'envoie. We have here a vowel, so we have a J apostrophe. J'envoie. Tu envoies. Il envoie. Nous envoyons. Vous envoyez. Ils envoient. Aha, here we have something special. Yeah, the root can be seen as only the three first letters. Yeah, and here the ending O-I-E. Yeah, and here we would have had a double I. And when we have double I, it converts in Y. That's why we have a Y here and here also. Nous envoyons. Vous envoyez. We send and you send. And now the imperative rules. The imperative has only three persons. Yeah, you can say you can give an order to someone that is alone. So it's the singular you. You can include yourself, giving yourself and others an order, or you can give some people an order, but in that case you are not included. Yeah. So now some examples. one important rule is that there is no subject pronoun, yeah, when you are using the imperative. It's the same in English, yeah. Entre dans la cuisine. You don't say you get in the kitchen, yeah. You say get in the kitchen. The same in French. Entre dans la cuisine. For the first plural, so we, you are including yourself in the order. Let us get in the kitchen, or let's get in the kitchen. It means entrons dans la cuisine. Entrons dans la cuisine. And when you give some orders to some people, entrez dans la cuisine. Here you are not included in the order that you give. I repeat, entre, entrons, entrez. And we don't have a subject pronoun. So, to form the imperative of the second singular form, you just have to drop the final S. You remember with tu, the second person of the singular form, we always had an S at the end. In that case, you just have to drop the S. When we are speaking with common verbs, yeah? Like entrer, chercher, envoyer, frapper, aider. It means to help, to hit, to send, to search for, and to enter or to come in. Tu entres. Yeah, you come in. It's an affirmative sentence. Tu entres. We have here an S. Yeah, but when you say come in, yeah, you don't have an S. Tu cherches. You search. Affirmative sentence. And cherche, you don't have an S. The first and the second person of the plural are like the same person of the present. And so it's really, really easy. Nous aidons, you just have to drop the pronoun here, nous, and you have the imperative. Nous aidons, it gives aidons. Yeah, we help, let's help. Vous aidez, you help, it's aider, help. And here some verbs that are really common and that end with er at the infinitive form. Yeah? Entre, come in. Entrons, let's come in. Entrez. Cherche, cherchons. Cherchez. Frappe, frappons. Frappez. Aide, aidons. Aider. Trouve, trouvons, trouver. Envoie, envoyons, envoyer. Now, some exercises to see if you got everything with the verbs and everything with the imperative forms. So, how would you give an order? Yeah, saying, for example, to your mother that she has to send money to your daddy. So, Rémi, what would he say? Envoie de l'argent à papa. But what would be the ending? Yeah, send some money to daddy. Envoie with an E at the end, not ES, with an E at the end. Now, your neighbors. Your neighbors are speaking. And they include themselves, yeah, in that phrase. Let's help the Barberin family, including themselves. Aidons la famille Barberin. Aidons la famille Barberin. Aider, if you wrote E and Z at the end, it means they are not included, yeah? They are telling to someone to help the family Barberin. But I said they are included, yeah? When you say, let's help the Barberin family, you are including yourself. Il, dans une période difficile. Here we are just dealing with a verb, yeah? Here it's not the imperative form, yeah? But what is the ending? Here we have an S, So it's the third person of the plural form. What is it? They are entering a difficult period of time. Ils entrent dans une période difficile. E-N-T at the end. E-N-T. Madame Barberin cherche du travail. Madame Barberin cherche du travail. Madame Barberin looks for some work. She wants some work. So what is the ending? What is the ending here? There is nothing more to put here. Only the E is the correct answer. And here, Madame Barberin and Rémi, so they are included, yeah, and they say, let's find a solution. Let's find a solution. How would you say, let's find a solution in French? Trouvons une solution. Trouvons une solution. And now, the exercise with mistake, no mistake. So, here, look carefully at the words and tell me if there is a mistake or if there is no mistake. Here there is a mistake. So where is it? You can pause the video now that you are sure there is a mistake, and try to find out where it is. Madame Barberin n'est pas heureux. Here it is. But where in that word? What is the false thing here? And how could you correct it? Madame Barberin n'est pas heureuse. Heureuse. Many words that end with EUX, yeah, EUX, when they are at the masculine form, are ending with EUSE. Okay, you can note it down as a rule, yeah, when they are at the feminine form. Heureux, heureuse. Heureux, heureuse. Another example would be peureux, yeah, someone that is afraid of something, yeah. Peureux, peureuse. The next one. Mistake, no mistake. Jérôme est dans un hôpital. Jérôme est dans un hôpital. Look carefully, pause the video, and try to find out if there is a mistake or not. There is no mistake. So, let's continue. Mistake, no mistake. Il y a des légumes dans le jardin. Il y a des légumes dans le jardin. There are some vegetables in the garden. There is a mistake, but where is it? Légumes, where could it be? With an S at the end. With an S at the end, yeah? If I'm moving too fast, don't hesitate to pause the video, yeah? Every time you want. Il y a des légumes dans le jardin, yeah? That one is called a noun, yeah? And at the ending of a noun, most of the time at the plural form, you have an S. Sometimes it's also an X, no? And there are some exceptions, but most of the time it's just an S at the end. And when there is an E here, always you have an S at the plural form. Mistake, no mistake. Le voisin aide la famille Barberin. Le voisin aide la famille Barberin. Yes, there is a mistake. Where is it? Pause the video and try to find it out. Aide, that's the verb, yeah? Here is the verb. We have a mistake here at the verb. Where is it? Le voisin aide la famille Barberin. It's with an E, yeah? ENT, it's only for the third person of the plural form, yeah? Here is the third person of the singular form. Ils envoient un peu d'argent à Jérôme. Ils envoient un peu d'argent à Jérôme. And here I don't say il envoie, I say ils envoient. Ils envoient, because here we have a vowel. Yeah? Ils envoient un peu d'argent à Jérôme. There is no mistake. La misère, frappons la petite maison. La misère, misère, it's a feminine word. La misère, frappons la petite maison. La petite maison, maison, it's also a feminine word. That's why we have an E here, and that's why is la. No, otherwise, if it would have been a masculine word, here it would have been le, and here it would have been without E. So, that seemed correct, and that seemed also correct. Maybe the verb? Yes, there is a mistake at the verb. La misère, frappons la petite maison. La misère frappe la petite maison. La misère frappe la petite maison. And remember, the root is F-R-A-P-P. Yeah? And now, the quotes. Ne réveillez pas le chat qui dort. Don't wake the sleeping cat. And in English, you don't say that. You say, let sleeping dogs lie. That's quite interesting. In France, we speak of cats here, and exactly the same is with dogs in English, yeah? And in fact, it means that you should leave disagreements in the past, yeah? And I love it also because, yeah, it's better to see in the future how it's going to go and not have some bad feelings of what happened in the past. Ne réveillez pas le chat qui dort. Ne réveillez pas le chat qui dort. I hope you really loved this lecture. Please, if you didn't do it, leave a review on the course. It will help other students to know if this course will fit for them or not. Yeah? I see you in the next lecture. Ciao, ciao. In this lecture, we will learn how to ask questions. And as you know it, if you don't know how to ask questions, you cannot do anything, yeah? In a conversation or on a trip. So it's really, really important. You have to pay really attention to this lecture. Let's go and let's begin first with some vocabulary that we will see in the text that we will see after. First word, embrasser. Embrasser. If you go to France, you have to know that word. Yeah, it's to kiss. Yeah, embrasser. But it's also to embrace. Yeah, to embrace someone with your arms. Embrasser, to kiss. Embrasser. Yeah, the first two letters, E and M, make the sound en. Like the other A-N, it makes also the sound en. And it's a verb from the first group, the easiest group for the conjugation. Let's listen now carefully and then you will repeat, yeah, please. Embrasser. Once again, embrasser. Great. Let's check out the next word. Frapper. Frapper. To knock or to hit. Yeah? Frapper. Frapper. And it's also a verb of the first group. So first you listen and then you repeat. Frapper. Once again. Frapper. Great. And let's continue with some more vocabulary. Cet homme. Cet homme. This man. Cet homme. Next word. Demander. To ask. To ask for something, for example. Yeah. Demander. Demander. Here, those two letters are also the sound en. And it's a nasal sound, a bit of air has to come through the nose. Demander. Un bâton. Try to find a stick, yeah, while you learn this word, yeah. Un bâton. Cela est un bâton. This is a stick. Cela est un bâton. Un bâton, a stick. Let's continue.
Il a l'air. He seems. Yeah? Il a l'air. The verb to seem is the verb avoir l'air. Here, that letter here, it's from the verb avoir. Il a l'air. Il a l'air. He has the air, literally. But it does not mean he has the air. No, it means he seems. Il a l'air. On continue. Le prochain mot, répondre, to answer. Is it here a verb of the first group? No, it is not, because it ends with RE, not ER. Only the verbs ending with ER are from the first group. And it's important to know the verb from the first group because they conjugate in the same way. Yeah? Répondre, to answer. Réclamer, to claim. You want something from someone. Réclamer. Don't hesitate to do the gesture once again. Réclamer. Réclamer. To claim. Retrouver. To find again. And try to think about something that you have lost. For example, some keys. Yeah. Je retrouve mes clés. I find again my keys. Je retrouve mes clés. I find again my keys. Retrouver. And the last one, quelque temps après. 3 words in French and 3 words in English also. Some time after. Quelque temps après. And the word temps has always an S. It's not here that it is plural or singular. No, no. It has always an S. Après, it has also always an S. Yeah? You cannot put it at the feminine form or at the masculine form. No, it's always written in this way and it means after. Après, after. Temps, time. Quelque, some. Let's continue now with the text.
Et maintenant, le texte pour apprendre en contexte. And now the text to learn in context. Quelque temps après, un homme frappe. Quelque temps après. Here, pay attention, that word, which means time, has always an S. Yeah, it's not plural, it's not singular, it has always an S. Quelque temps après, après, after, un homme, a man, frappe, where does he knock? Frappe à la porte, at the door. Il frappe à la porte avec son gros bâton. Avec son gros bâton. With his, it's son. Avec son gros, big, bâton, stick. Okay? Il frappe à la porte avec son gros bâton. Madame Bernardin demande « Qui est là ?» Madame Bernardin demande « Qui est là ?» Who is there? That's the question. L'homme ouvre la porte sans répondre. The man opens the door without answering. Sans répondre, without answering. Cet homme, c'est Jérôme Bernardin. This man is Jérôme Bernardin. Don't forget here the C apostrophe. Yeah? Cet homme, c'est Jérôme Bernardin. Il a l'air méchant. Il embrasse sa femme. Il a l'air méchant. He looks mean or rude. Yeah? He's not a good guy. Il a l'air méchant. Il embrasse sa femme. Il embrasse sa femme. Embrasse, it can mean two things. It is embrace with your arms, but it can also mean kisses. And we don't know. We have no difference between kisses and embrace. It depends on the context. Yeah, but here I have to explain you something cultural. In France, you when you don't know someone, you equally can make him 1, 2, or 3 kisses. It depends on where you live, in southern of France
or in northern of France or in the center of France. It depends. No, every region has its rules. Yeah, and sometimes the cities in the region have some different rules. Yeah, it's quite interesting. And you give kisses. Yeah, also when you are two men. Yeah, two men can give them some kisses. Yeah, it's completely normal on the cheek. Yeah, not on the mouth. Mais il n'embrasse pas son enfant. But he does not kiss his child. So he kisses his wife, but not his child. Il n'est pas content de retrouver Rémi. He is not happy to find Rémi in the house. Rémi dans la maison. Dans la maison, in the house. Sa place est à l'orphelinat, dit-il. His place is at the orphanage. Orphanage, orphelinat. It's quite similar. His place is at the orphanage, he says. Dit-il. And now the question and answers. What does the man knock on the door with? The question here is what with? Yeah? With what? What with? Avec quoi l'homme frappe à la porte? Avec quoi l'homme frappe à la porte? And here we have something that is informal. Yeah? Avec quoi l'homme frappe à la porte? Would it have been the formal thing? Would it have been frappe-t-il à la porte? Avec quoi l'homme frappe-t-il à la porte? That is the formal one, and here it's not formal. Avec quoi l'homme frappe à la porte? He uses a stick to knock on the door. Remember, stick, we already saw that in the text. Il utilise un bâton, a stick, pour frapper to knock or to hit, à la porte, on the door. La porte, it is a feminine word. When is he knocking on the door? Quand frappe-t-il à la porte? Quand frappe-t-il à la porte? Here we have the formal way. Quand frappe-t-il à la porte? The answer. He knocks on the door before entering. He knocks on the door before entering. How would you say that in French? Il frappe à la porte avant d'entrer. Avant d'entrer. Remember, you can pause the video to try to answer the question. And you can write the question down so as to be able to see if you were right or not. Il frappe à la porte avant d'entrer. Avant, before. Avant, before. Yeah? And in French, avant, it nearly always comes with de. But here we have not de, we only have the apostrophe because here we have a vowel. Yeah? Avant de entrer. Avant d'entrer. Who is he? Quite easy. You should know that. Who is he? Qui est-il? Here we have the formal way. Qui est-il? It's Jérôme. C'est Jérôme. In English you don't have the accents. Yeah, but in French you have the accents by the word Jérôme, by the name Jérôme. C'est Jérôme. It is Jérôme. C'est Jérôme. What does he look like? Quite important to know how to ask how it looks like. Yeah, when you want to buy a thing or when you want to recognize someone. What does he look like? In French, how would you say that? De quoi a-t-il l'air? In the formal way. De quoi a-t-il l'air? He looks mean. He looks not nice. How do you say mean in French? Il a l'air méchant. Pas gentil. Not nice, pas gentil. Il a l'air méchant. He looks mean. Next question. Is he happy to see Rémi? You should be able to build that one. Happy
you already know how to say it. The verb to see, you already know how to say it. So, est-ce qu'il est content de voir Rémi? Est-ce qu'il est content de voir Rémi? Here we have a special way to ask some question, but we will see that in this lecture. Est-ce qu'il est content de voir Rémi? And the answer? No, he's not happy at all. How would you build that? Pause the video and try to answer. Non, il n'est pas content du tout. Du tout, at all. Not happy at all. Il n'est pas content du tout. And now, the explanation, the rules and the verbs. Le verbe aller, the verb to go. Really important, yeah? Je vais. Tu vas. Il va, elle va, on va. Nous allons, with the link. Nous allons. Vous allez, with the link also, because here we have a vowel. Nous allons, vous allez. Ils vont ou elles vont. Ils vont ou elles vont. In English, I go, you go, he or she goes, we go, you go, they go. Le verbe aller. The second verb that is quite interesting, quite often used, is the verb to do. Je fais. Tu fais. Here, quite interesting, and the two first, you have to write the same. Fait, F-A-I-S. Il fait, with a T at the end. Il fait, elle fait, on fait. Once again, here, the three first, we hear the same, yeah? It's not written the same way, but we hear the same. Je fais, tu fais, il fait. Nous faisons, here we hear it like if it was a I, yeah? Nous faisons. Nous faisons. Vous faites, here not, we hear A and I, that are the sound E. Nous, vous faites. Ils, elles font. Ils font, elles font. The verb to do. I do, you do. She or he does, we do, you do, they do. And now the rules. What rules? The rules on how to ask questions. So first we will see the WH question, yeah? For example, qui est cette personne? Who is that guy? Qui, who? Quite interesting, you just have to learn that word. Où est l'hôpital? Here you have to pay attention. Où is always with an accent when it means where, okay? If you forget the accent, then it means or that, yeah? So, if it's a question, don't forget the accent. Où est l'hôpital? Where is the hospital? Où est l'hôpital? Next one. Comment ça va? How are you? Comment ça va? How are you? Next one. Pourquoi dois-tu aller chez lui? Why do you have to go at his home? Pay attention here. At his home, it's only two words in French. It's chez lui. Yeah? Chez lui for the masculine version and chez elle for the feminine one. Yeah? At his home or at her home. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Literally, it would be what is it that? Quite interesting. Qu'est-ce que c'est? And in English, the normal English would be what is this? Yeah? Qu'est-ce que c'est? What is this? Quand reviendras-tu? When will you come back? Quand reviendras-tu? In the formal way. Combien d'argent avez-vous? Combien? How much? How much money do you have? But it's the same for how many. Yeah? In English, you have two forms, how much and how many. It depends if it's countable or not countable. Money, it's not countable. Here, apples are countable. Yeah? But in French, you only have one word. Quite easy. How many apples did you buy? Combien de pommes avez-vous acheté? Combien de pommes avez-vous acheté? Quel cours dois-je choisir? Which course do I have to choose? Quel cours dois-je choisir? Which course do I have to choose? Y a-t-il un pilote dans l'avion? Is there, here we have the same. Is there or are there, it's written in the same way in French. Quite interesting. Y a-t-il un pilote dans l'avion? Y a-t-il des passagers qui descendent? Descend, to get off. In English, 2 words. In French, only 1 word. And now the formal and informal differences. Are you afraid? You can say in 2 ways. Vous avez peur? With the accent, yes, you have to use you have to change the tone of your voice, yeah? Vous avez peur? It's not the same as vous avez peur. If you say vous avez peur, you are saying you're not asking a question. If you say vous avez peur, you are asking a question. Yeah, that is the informal way, and the formal way would be with the inversion of the pronoun and the verb. Avez-vous peur? Yeah, avez-vous peur? Formal way. Vous avez peur? Informal way. Now the negative question. Aren't you hungry? We have once again the informal way and the formal way. Vous n'avez pas faim? Vous n'avez pas faim? And in the formal way, n'avez-vous pas faim? The only thing that is different is that you put the verb at the first place and you put an hyphen. There is also, that's a good thing, a very easy way to ask questions in French. Do you want an ice cream? You can say, est-ce que vous voulez une glace? Literally, is it that you want an ice cream? So, in English you would have, you want an ice cream. That's an affirmative sentence. The same affirmative sentence would be, vous voulez une glace. That is an affirmative sentence. Vous voulez une glace. Yeah? And in front of this affirmative sentence, you just have to put est-ce que to build an interrogative sentence. And you can do it with every affirmative sentence. So if you know how to build the affirmative sentence, it's going to be really easy to build the interrogative sentence. You just have to put est-ce que in front of it. Yeah? One other example. Do you love me? Do you love me? So, you love me, it's the affirmative sentence, yeah? Tu m'aimes, it's the affirmative sentence. You love me, okay? And est-ce que tu m'aimes? It's the interrogative sentence. Really, really easy. Another example, do you come at 8 a.m.? Est-ce que tu viens à 8 heures du matin? 8 a.m., you have to say in French, du matin. Yeah? Of the morning, du matin. 8 heures du matin. And now, the exercises. You just have to fill in the blanks. Rémi talking to his mother. And he's asking a question. Papa va-t-il rentrer? So, what would you put here to build the sentence? The English sentence is, when is daddy coming home? So, how would you say when in that case? Remember? Quand? Quand papa va-t-il rentrer? Quand papa va-t-il rentrer? When is daddy coming home? Next one. Madame Barberin, speaking to Rémi, heureux de revoir ton père. Are you happy to meet your father again? To meet again, it's revoir. Revoir, to meet again. So how would you say that in French? Es-tu heureux de revoir ton père? And that would be in the formal way, because we have the hyphen, and the verb is in the first position. Es-tu heureux de revoir ton père? Next one. Rémi est-il toujours là? How would you say in French, why is Rémi still here? Pourquoi? Pourquoi? Why? Pourquoi Rémi est-il toujours là? Why is Rémi still here? Still is toujours. Toujours. In that case, it is still. But toujours can also, in other cases, be translated as always. Next one. 3 words. Remember, here we have the easy way to ask a question. The easy way, you just have an affirmative sentence. Je peux rester avec toi. The affirmative sentence is I can stay with you. I can stay with you. That's the affirmative sentence. And if you put it in the interrogative form, you would have est-ce que je peux rester avec toi? Can I stay with you? Est-ce que je peux rester avec toi? Next one, Madame Bernardin, speaking to Jérôme, Madame Bernardin in the informal way. Remember, in the informal way, you have to change the tone, yeah? Can you calm down? Can you calm down? How would you say that in the informal way in French? You can pause the video and try to answer the question. Tu peux te calmer? Tu peux te calmer? Can you calm down? Tu peux te calmer? Yeah, with the tone. Don't forget the tone in that case. And now, mistake, no mistake. You just have to find out if there is a mistake or if there isn't a mistake. And you just have to try to correct and to put it in the correct way. Here there is a mistake. Nous allons être heureux tous les trois. Don't forget that you can pause the video if I am too fast. Yeah? Nous allons être heureux tous les trois. But where is the mistake? Where is it? It is here. Remember, with nous, how does the verb end? Nous allons, with an S, nous allons être heureux tous les trois. We, all three, are going to be happy. All three is tous les trois. Yeah? There are 3 people talking, yeah? All of us three are going to be happy. Next one. Mistake or no mistake? Rémi va partir dans un orphelinat. Here, remember, we have a vowel here, and here we have an S. So we cannot say dans un orphelinat. We have to make here dans un orphelinat. Dans un orphelinat. Yeah? Here we have also a vowel. Rémi va partir dans un orphelinat. Is there here a mistake? No, there isn't. It is completely correct. Next one. Où est parti Jérôme? Here there is only a small mistake. Where is it? Où? Où est parti Jérôme? Remember, there is something particular here. With an accent, yeah? When it is a question, with où, when it means where, yeah? Where has he gone? Here's the verb to go, yeah? Where has he gone? Mistake, no mistake. Vous avez peur de la nuit. Vous avez peur de la nuit. Here, a hint, it's on the verb. And yes, there is a mistake on the verb. But where is the verb? The verb is here. It's the verb to have. You have to know it perfectly now. Vous avez, it ends with a the. Vous avez peur de la nuit. You are afraid of the night. You are afraid of the night. Mistake, no mistake. Est-ce que tu vas bien? Is there a mistake? Yes, there is. Where is it? It's on the verb. Est-ce que tu vas bien? Here, missing the hyphen. Don't forget it. Yeah. Est-ce que tu vas bien? Est-ce que tu vas bien? With an S because it's tu. Est-ce que tu vas bien? Mistake, no mistake. Est-ce que vous allez manger? Est-ce que vous allez manger? Are you going to eat? Est-ce que vous allez manger? There is here no mistake. I really hope you enjoyed this lesson. And here to end this lecture, I want to see a quote with you. Chacun voit midi à sa porte. Everyone sees noon at his door. And but in English it means to each his own. Yeah, that one is only how it would be literally translated. Yeah, chacun voit midi à sa porte. To each his own. And it means we always have a biased point of view. Yeah, we have a point of view that is not always correct. Yeah, it can be biased by our experiences, for example. Yeah, chacun voit midi à sa porte. I really hope you enjoyed this lesson, and I see you in the next one.
Let's learn now how to express quantities. Quite important for many situations, yeah? But before seeing how to express quantities, we are going to see some vocabulary, yeah? A vocabulary that we will find in the text. Causer, to talk or to have a small talk. Causer. Check out my mouth when I pronounce it. Causer. Causer. The S that you can read here, the S has to be pronounced like a Z. Causer. Causer. Yeah? And here we can see it ends with ER. It's a verb that ends with ER. When it ends with ER, it's called from the first group. Yeah? It's the easiest group to conjugate. Let's continue by the pronunciation. Yeah? Yeah. When you see that sign, remember you have to listen and then you repeat when you see the other sign. Yeah, causer. Once again, causer. Great. Let's continue with the second word. Donner. Donner. Remember, do the gesture. It will help you remember the word in an easier way. Yeah, donner, to give. Donner, to give. And here it's also from the first group because it ends with ER. Donner. And now you listen and then you repeat. Donner. Once again, donner. Great! Let's continue with some other words that we will see in the text. The first word, trembler, to tremble. Don't hesitate, once again, to do the gesture. Trembler. Trembler. The pronunciation of those two letters is en. Trembler. Trembler. A verb, once again, of the first group. Next one, un coin. Un coin. Here you can grab for example, a book or a sheet of paper, and that here is a corner. Yeah. So while you learn that word, you can grab a book or workbook or something like that. Yeah. Something that has a corner. Un coin. Un coin. Let's continue. Marcher. Don't hesitate to do the gesture. Marcher, to walk. Je marche dans la rue. Je marche dans la rue. I walk in the street. Je marche dans la rue. Next one. Pleurer. Pleurer. For example, l'oignon me fait pleurer. Oignon, onion. It makes me cry. L'oignon me fait pleurer. Grab an onion. Yeah? It will really be easier to remember. Pleurer. Pleurer. Next word. Le lendemain. Le lendemain. The next day. The day after. Le lendemain. Quitter. To leave. Quitter. To leave. To go or to leave. Quitter. Once again, a verb of the first group, the easiest group. Un gérant, a manager. Un Gérant. Here, once again, we have a nasal sound. En. Gérant. A-N, it's the sound en. A bit of air has to come out of your nose when you pronounce it well. And so as to be sure that you pronounce it well, if you say gérant, gérant, it doesn't have to sound well. Yeah? It can only sound well when a bit of air can go out of your nose. Gérant. And the last word, une direction. Une direction. A direction, yeah? Une direction. Let's continue now with the text.
So, let's check out now the text to have the context, and the context for the grammar rules. Sa place n'est pas ici, répète-t-il. Sa place n'est pas ici. Here with a link, yeah? Pas ici, because here we have a vowel. Sa place n'est pas ici, répète-t-il. Nous n'avons pas d'argent. Nous n'avons pas d'argent. Nous vivons dans une pauvre maison. Sa place n'est pas ici, répète-t-il. Nous n'avons pas d'argent. Nous vivons dans une pauvre maison. His place is not there, he repeats. We have no money, pas d'argent. Two words here in French, only one word in English. Pas de. Normally it would be pas de, but here we have a vowel, so the de becomes the apostrophe. Pas d'argent. Nous vivons dans une pauvre maison. Il y a de la place. There is, so two words here in English, and here in French, three words, yeah? Il y a, you really have to recognize that one. Il y a, there is. But it's also there are, yeah? It's the same for the plural and for the singular. Il y a de la place. Here we have two words, quite interesting, two words that could mean some. Here there is some room or there is a room, but in English we don't have nothing, or sometimes we have the word some, yeah? There is some room, it's the same as there is a room, yeah? But in French you always have to put those two words here. Il y a de la place, because it's a feminine word. Place, it's a feminine word. Let's continue. Pour deux et non pour trois. For two and not for three. Madame Bernardin pleure. Mrs. Bernardin cries. Et l'enfant, et l'enfant tremble. Is trembling, two words here in English and one word in French. Tremble dans un coin, in a corner, dans un coin. So, one question. Coin, is it a feminine word or a masculine word? You should know it already, yeah? We have seen it. Yes, it's a masculine word, because here you have un. Yeah? Une, U-N-E, it's for the feminine. Un, it's for the masculine. Le lendemain, à midi, Monsieur Bernardin quitte la maison. The next day, at noon, à midi, at noon, Monsieur Bernardin quitte la maison. Quitter, it's a verb of the first group, ending at the infinitive form with an R. Quitte la maison is the verb to leave, yeah? Leaves the house. On continue, let's continue. Avec le petit garçon, avec with, yeah? With the little boy, avec le petit garçon. Pay attention to that one, yeah? Here you have a special letter in French that you don't have in English, yeah? And it's pronounced like an S. Garçon. Il marche en direction du village. They walk in the direction of the village. Puis, ils entrent, here with the link, because we have a vowel, ils entrent dans un bar pour boire un peu de café.
un peu de café. Remember, our lecture is about the quantities, yeah? Un peu de café, some coffee. We could also say coffee, to drink coffee, or to drink some coffee, because it's uncountable. Pour boire un peu de café et causer au gérant. Et causer au gérant. And talk to the manager. Et causer au gérant. Let's continue with the question and answer and try to translate from the English to the French. Why is Rémi crying? Pourquoi Rémi pleure? And here is the informal, yeah? The formal one would be pourquoi Rémi pleure-t-il? Pourquoi Rémi pleure-t-il? But here we have the informal form. Pourquoi Rémi pleure? So we have to put the tone, yeah? The tone that shows that it's a question. Pourquoi Rémi pleure? And the answer? Try to translate it into French. He cries because his father is mean. Do you remember the word mean? So pause the video and try to translate. Il pleure car it's because, very important. Il pleure car son père est méchant. Méchant, mean. Il pleure car son père est méchant. Next question. Are the barbarians rich? Are the barbarians rich? Les barberins sont-ils riches? Les barberins sont-ils riches? Here you have to put an S at the end, yeah? Pay attention with an S because les barberins, it's plural, yeah? Are they rich? Yeah? That one is called an adjective. And the adjectives you have, they differ whether it's feminine or masculine and whether it's plural or singular, yeah? Les barberins sont-ils riches? Is it a formal question or is it an informal question? Yes, it's a formal question because we have here the verb and then the pronoun and the hyphen. Yeah? Verb, hyphen, pronoun, it's formal question. Les barberins sont-ils riches? Here, by the way, you have an S in English, yeah? And here in French, you don't have an S. You cannot have a noun, the noun of someone with an S. You cannot, despite the fact that it's here plural. So, the answer, no, the barbarians are not rich. In French, what would it be? Non, les barberins ne sont pas riches. Et here, remember the word sont is the verb être. Je suis, tu es, il est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont. Je suis, tu es, il est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont. Yeah, the verb to be in French. Really important, you really have to know it by heart. Non, les barberins ne sont pas riches. On continue. Let's continue. What type of house do they live in? Dans quel type de maison vivent-ils? Here is the verb to live, and it's at the third person of the plural, so it ends with ENT. Always with the verbs that ends with ER at the infinitive form, they end at the third person of the plural with ENT. Dans quel type de maison vivent-ils? And the answer? They live in a small house. Try to remember the word small. Ils vivent dans une petite maison. Ils vivent, ENT, dans une petite maison. Petite, small, yeah? But, you have an E at the end. Why? Because maison, it's a feminine word, yeah? That's why we have here une and not un, petite and not petit, because maison, it's feminine. Ils vivent dans une petite maison. Let's continue. On continue. Prochaine question, next question. There is room for how much people in the house? In French, how would you say that? Il y a, remember, there is, 2 words here, and il y a, 3 words in French. Il y a de la place pour combien? Combien, it's how much. How much. 2 words in English, 1 word in French. Combien? Dans la maison. In the house. There is room for 2 people. Quite easy, that one. There is room for 2 people. Il y a de la place. De la place, it's room. Yeah, 3 words here. Il y a de la place for 2 people. 2 personnes. Quite interesting. Here also you have an S. Why? Because it's plural. Plural because it's here 2. Yeah. In English you don't have an S here. But in French for the word personne you have an S. At what time does Mr. Barberin leave the house? In French, how would you say that? À quelle heure Monsieur Barberin quitte-t-il la maison? Je répète, I repeat, à quelle heure Monsieur Barberin quitte-t-il la maison? Et la réponse? You can pause the video and try to make your own answer also, yeah? He leaves the house at noon. He leaves the house at noon. So pause the video to build the answer, to translate that answer, please. Il quitte, the verb to leave. Il quitte la maison à midi. Maison, is it feminine or masculine? Do you remember? Yes, it's feminine. And you can see it because here it's a la. For the masculine words, it's le. Yeah, le. À midi, at noon. And now the grammar rules. Le verbe s'appeler, the verb to be called. Yeah, it's a reflexive verb. It's the first reflexive verb that we see in these lectures. Yeah, so it's an action done to oneself. Yeah, in English you just say my name is, etc. Yeah, in French you say I call myself, etc. Yeah. Example, je m'appelle Christophe. Literally, I call myself Christophe. Okay? So, je m'appelle. Tu t'appelles. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. On s'appelle. So, here you hear exactly the same. Yeah. Nous nous appelons with the link, like always. Vous vous appelez with the link, like if here you have if you had here a Z. Vous vous appelez. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle with an S because here we are at the 3rd person of the plural form, yeah? ENT at the end here. And like many times, here you have LENT, here you have LE, LES, LE, so you have double L, double L, double L, but here you have simple L and simple Ls. Yeah, many times, nous and vous are not the same as the other. Yeah, there are like some exceptions. Yeah, it's really important that you notice that nous and vous are different of the others many times. Not always, but many times. Let's continue with the rules. Here it was only a verb that is quite important because you have to know how to say your name, yeah? Let's continue. On continue. Les articles partitifs, the partitive articles. So first, please check out the lecture that is called The French Use of Articles, yeah? Because if you understand well the French use of articles, it's going to be easier to understand this whole lecture. So, the partitive nouns express an undefined number or a quantity. Yeah, it cannot be defined. Yeah, of the object or substance specified, and are commonly preceded in English by some or any. Some if there is some, and any if there isn't. Yeah, and in French by words that literally mean of the. For example, du courage. Of the courage. Yeah, literally, if you want to translate it, it would be of the courage. But in English, it's some courage. Yeah, The same for patience. That one is masculine and that one is feminine. So it's de la patience, du courage, courage masculin, de la patience, patience féminin, et des enfants, enfants pluriel. That's a plural, that's the feminine, and that's the masculine form, yeah? But in English, it's always the same. Some, yeah? Some children, some kids, some patience, and some courage. Here, some examples, yeah? Work, yeah? Du travail. De l'argent. Work. You cannot count. You cannot say one work, two work, three work. No. You cannot say one money, two money, three money, one traffic, one air, one ice, one water. No. All of these words are uncountable or mass noun or indivisible. You cannot divide it. You cannot divide it. Yeah? Okay? An advice, it's indivisible. Yeah? You cannot divide that advice. Yeah? Happiness is the same. Yeah? So, the abstract concepts, the foods, many of the foods, and the natural substances like air, ice, water, and work, money, and traffic that are uncountable, they always need the partitive article. Yeah? De la, I repeat, for the feminine, de for the plural, and du for the masculine words. Here, so you can learn those examples that we will have in the exercise section. Third rule, the partitive articles some is often omitted in English, but in French, partitive articles must almost always, but you have to make like if it was always, must always have its partitive article. Yeah, in English you can say give me rice, yeah, give me rice, or give me some rice, or give me work, or give me some work. It's the same. You have the option to say it or not to say it. In French, you have to say donne-moi du travail. You cannot omit it. Quite important. Fourth rule, with the negative sentences, yeah, du, de la, and des, yeah, you cannot write that, yeah, whether it's masculine, feminine, or plural. You have to use de instead of those words. For example, du pain, give me some bread, yeah. Je n'ai pas de pain. You know, you don't say pas du pain, yeah. You say pas de pain, yeah. De, here, de, and de. Yeah, des, you have to replace it with de when it's negative. De la, two words, you have to replace it with de for the feminine words. And du pain, in the masculine form, you have to replace it with de. Also, yeah? Pas de, pas de, pas de. Pas de légumes, pas de farine, pas de pain. No bread, no flour, no vegetables. Quite interesting. Next rule, you must use de and L apostrophe, yeah, but the next word begins with the vowel. De l'eau. J'ai de l'eau. I have some water. J'ai de l'eau, yeah. And je n'ai pas d'eau. D apostrophe E-A-U. For the water, because E, it's a vowel. I have no water. You must use de with qualifying adjectives, yeah? Here you have joli, nice, nombreux, countless or numerous, petite, small, at the feminine form. Here it's at the plural form. And here it's at the plural form also, plural masculine. De jolis habits, de nombreux arbres, de petites assiettes. Yeah? When you have an adjective, you cannot use de la or du or des. No. It's always de. You must use de with adverbs of quantity. Beaucoup de, a lot of. Plus de, moins de. Assez de, trop de, tant de, autant de, peu de, un peu de, combien de. I will translate it now. Beaucoup de, a lot of. Try to repeat it after me. Beaucoup de. Plus de. More of. Moins de. Less of. Assez de. Enough of something. Trop de. Too much. Tant de. So many. Autant de. As much. Peu de. Little of something. Un peu de. A little of something. It's exactly the same, yeah? Peu de, un peu de, it's exactly the same. Combien de? How much of something would you be able to give me? Combien de quelque chose pouvez-vous me donner? So, fill in the blanks if needed, yeah? If needed, it means sometimes maybe you don't have to fill in anything. Yeah? Let's check out that. Il n'y a pas pain à la maison. What do we have here? Here we have a negative sentence. So, what comes here? There is no bread at home. Il n'y a pas de pain à la maison. Normally, if we don't have a negative sentence, it's du pain with a U here. But here we have a negative sentence. So you have to put de, D-E. Il n'y a pas de pain à la maison. There is no bread at home. À la maison, at home. One word in English, two words in French. À la maison. La prochaine question, the next question. Il y a peu légumes dans le jardin. What is the answer here? There are few vegetables in the garden. Remember, we have seen that word. What comes after that word? De. Il y a peu de légumes dans le jardin. Normally, what would it be if there wouldn't have been that word? Here, check out, it's a plural form. So, here normally it would have been des, D-E-S, yeah? Des légumes, some vegetables, des légumes, okay? But we have here the word few, yeah? A lot of, few of, remember, you always have to use with de. Not with the normal articles. On continue maintenant. Le prochain. Ils vont en ville pour acheter café et riz. What comes here? They go to town to buy coffee and rice, or to buy some coffee and some rice. What would you write here and why? Du café et du riz. Yeah? Because here, coffee, it's uncountable. We don't say 1 coffee, 2 coffee, 3 coffee. No, here we mean that they are going to buy some coffee, a certain amount of coffee. But we don't know if it's 1 kilo, 2 kilos, 3 kilos. Here it's not written kilos, no, it's only written coffee. Yeah, we don't know the exact amount that he's going to buy. And the same for the rice. It's not a 1 rice, 2 rice, 3 rice. No, it's some rice. Yeah, some rice. So it's du. And why du and not de la? Because coffee, it's masculine. And rice, in English, in French, it's also masculine. Okay? Du riz et du café et du riz. On continue, c'est parti. Let's continue, let's go. Dans une jolie maison, il y a, no, you know exactly what it is, there is. Il y a l'argent, joie et travail. So, do we have to fill in something in those blanks? In a pretty house, une jolie, pretty, yeah. In a pretty house, there is money, joy, and work. Money, joy, and work, yeah. Here we don't have nothing here. Money, we don't have an article here. Joy, neither, and work, neither. But in French, what do we have here? You can pause the video and try to fill that in. De l'argent, uncountable. We don't say 1 money, 2 money, 3 money. So de l'argent, it's masculine, de la joie, you can not say one joy, two joy, etc. De la joie, because joy in French, it's feminine. Et du travail, travail, it's a masculine word. Fill in the blank here with water. It's the same rule. You know it. I'm sure you'll make it well. Just please pay attention that here we have an E. I want some water. Je veux de l'eau. Here we have a vowel, so it's L apostrophe. Je veux de l'eau. I want some water. Let's begin now the exercise with mistake, no mistake. So you have to find out if there is a mistake or if there isn't any. That's the first thing. And the second thing, you have to correct it if there is something to correct on it. Vous voulez de l'eau ou de café? Vous voulez de l'eau ou de café? There is a mistake, but where is it? You can pause the video and try to find it out. Vous voulez de l'eau ou de café? Here we have a problem. We have a problem. So check out on the rules that you can print out. They are in the course in PDF and try to correct it. Vous voulez de l'eau ou du café? Du café. In here it's an uncountable. It's uncountable. You cannot say one coffee, two coffee, etc. Here we are speaking of coffee in general, in the general meaning. Do you want some coffee? We don't know the amount, so it's du. Yeah, the good answer. Vous voulez de l'eau ou du café? Let's check out the next one. Mistake, no mistake. Here there is a mistake, but where? Je ne veux pas manger des légumes. Je ne veux pas manger des légumes. Where is the mistake? Aha! Des légumes. Des légumes. It seems correct, really. It seems correct. We have here we have something that is at the plural form, and here we have something at the plural form also. Yeah, the article is at the plural form, the noun is at the plural form. So it seems correct, but why wouldn't it be correct? Because it's the negative sentence. Yeah, je ne veux pas manger de légumes. Pas de légumes. Okay? When you have a negative sentence, the article is always de. Yeah? Not des. On continue. C'est parti avec la prochaine question. Erreur ou sans erreur, mistake, no mistake. Il y a des nombreux arbres dans la forêt. Aha, here we have always, and when we have an X and then at the next word vowel, you have to make the link, yeah? Like we have seen before with the S, yeah? The X here, it acts like an S, yeah? De nombreux arbres, not nombreux arbres, non, nombreux arbres. Il y a des nombreux arbres dans la forêt. Mistake, no mistake. Let's check that out. Yes, there is a mistake, so try to find it out. Where is it? Des. Il y a des nombreux arbres dans la forêt. Why is there a mistake here? Yeah, arbre, it's at the plural form, and des, it's at the plural form also. So why is there a mistake? Because of nombreux. Because nombreux, it's an adjective, and when you have an adjective, you always have de, not des. Ok? On continue, c'est parti. Let's continue, let's go. Il y a tant de beauté dans ce monde. There is so much beauty in that word. Il y a tant de beauté dans ce monde. Mistake, no mistake? There is no mistake. Alors, on continue. So, let's continue. Mistake, no mistake? J'ai beaucoup de la chance d'être là. J'ai beaucoup de la chance d'être là. Hey, really, you should be able to answer that one correctly. We have just seen that. There is a mistake. De la chance, but chance, we have seen its feminine word. So, de la chance, it seems correct, no? Isn't it? Il y a beaucoup de chance. J'ai beaucoup deux chances d'être là because we have an adjective. Yeah, beaucoup, it's an adjective. And let's continue. Mistake, no mistake. Tu veux plus de chocolat? Tu veux, you want. Tu veux plus de chocolat. More chocolate. So, do you want more chocolate? By the way, is it here formal way, the formal way, or the informal way to ask a question? It's the informal way. Informal because we don't have the hyphen and the pronoun. It's at the first and the verb, it's at the second place. Yeah? Veux-tu plus de chocolat would have been the formal way. Veux-tu plus de chocolat? But here it's tu veux plus de chocolat? With the tone, yeah? With the tone. Tu veux plus de chocolat? Is there a mistake or not? There is no mistake. I hope you did everything well. And now we have the quote, the famous quote. Ce n'est pas la vache qui crie le plus fort qui a le plus de lait. Je répète, ce n'est pas, it isn't, la vache, the cow, qui crie le plus fort, that mows the loudest, le plus fort, the loudest, qui fait, that gives, or who gives, the most milk, le plus de lait. The most milk, le plus de lait. Yeah? It is not the cow that mows the loudest who gives the most milk. Yeah, but in English, we don't say so. In English, we say talkers are not doers. Yeah, for example, if someone speaks about the money that he has a lot of money, etc., he always speaks about incredible car, incredible apartment, for examples. But in fact, he has maybe some money problems. No, so talkers are not doers. At the other side, many people don't speak about the money they have, but they have a lot of money, for example, non? Ce n'est pas la vache qui crie le plus fort qui fait le plus de lait. Super! J'espère que ça vous a plu. I hope you really liked that course, that lecture. And I see you in the next lesson. Et je vous vois dans la prochaine leçon. Prenez grand soin de vous. Take good care of you. Bye-bye. In this lecture, we will learn how to deal with the numbers, like 1, 2, 3, and the first, the second, the third, and how to read and how to tell the time, okay? But first of all, we will see a bit of vocabulary, because we want to learn in context, remember. So, let's check out the vocabulary list. The first word, un homme âgé, an elderly man, un homme âgé, and we have to make the link here, yeah? You hear un homme, you don't hear un homme, you hear un homme, yeah? There is a link here on both of them. Un homme âgé, âgé, elderly, okay? And now we will repeat the word together, yeah? So first you listen and then you repeat. Un homme âgé, and now it's your turn. Once again, un homme âgé. Great! And let's continue with the next word. Un orphelinat. Un orphelinat. It's a masculine word and you don't hear the last letter. Many times when it's a T, when it's a D, when it's an S, you don't hear those letters when they are the last letters, yeah? Un orphelinat, an orphanage, un orphelinat. So first you listen and then you repeat. Un orphelinat. Once again, un orphelinat. Great! Let's continue with some other words. Don't forget to check out my mouth, yeah, when I pronounce it. Bizarre, bizarre, weird, yeah? Bizarre, bizarre. One Z, double R, bizarre. Next word, un chien. it's a masculine word, yeah? In English, it's not masculine, neither it is feminine, but in French, un chien, it's a masculine word. Un chien. Next word, être assis, to sit. Here, it's important to note that it is composed of two verbs, yeah? The verb to be and the verb to sit, yeah? It's like to be sitting in French. You don't say to sit, you say to be sitting, always. You cannot say je assis, no. Je suis assis, I am sitting, if you translate it word to word. Je suis assis. Être assis, c'est le verbe à l'infinitif. Next word, une chaise. Feminine word, une chaise. Chaise. Une chaise. On continue. On continue avec la liste des mots suivants. The curiosity. In the text, it's translated better curiously. But if you want to translate it literally, it's the curiosity. La curiosité. And it's a feminine word. La curiosité. Le mot suivant, the next word, ensemble. Ensemble. Together. Ensemble. The next one, raconter. Here is the verb at the infinite form, and it's a verb of the first group because it ends with er. Raconter. To tell or to say. Raconter. Amener. Amener, to bring. Don't forget to make thumb gestures when you learn the words. It will really help you a lot. Amener. The same for ensemble. You can make that sign. Ensemble. Ensemble. Raconter. Raconter. Amener. To bring. You can grab something. Yeah, like amener. To bring something. Amener. And now, let's continue with the text. À une des tables du café est assis un homme âgé qui porte un costume bizarre. Remember, bizarre, we just saw that word. In this case, it means weird, yeah? A weird costume, but maybe we could also say a bizarre costume, yeah? À une des tables, one of the table, one of, in that case, une des. Une des tables du café, tables, with an S in English and with an S in French also, yeah? Du café, est assis, here with the link, est assis, un homme âgé qui porte un costume bizarre. An elderly man wearing a weird costume. Qui porte, in that case, qui porte, two words in French and one word in English. Wearing. Qui porte, wearing. A weird costume. On continue. Trois chiens sont assis, here also with the link, sont assis, because here we have a vowel. Trois chiens sont assis près de sa chaise. Trois chiens, here one other number, yeah? Three dogs, trois chiens. On continue. Rémi regarde avec curiosité l'homme et les chiens. Rémi looks curiously, or we could also say with curiosity, but it wouldn't sound great in English, no? Looks curiously, in French literally, with curiosity, l'homme, the man, et les chiens, dogs with an S, les chiens with an S also. Le gérant du café est Barberin, donc gérant, manager, d'accord? Gérant with an accent, gérant, and here we have a nasal sound, en, a bit of air has to come out of the nose. Le gérant du café et Barberin, le gérant du café et Barberin causent ensemble. Cause, the verb is causer, er, it's a verb of the first group, cause, and it means to have a small talk, yeah, to talk or to have a small talk. Cause ensemble. Barberin raconte qu'il veut amener l'enfant à l'orphelinat. He wants to bring the child to the orphanage. On continue. Il peut travailler avec moi 7 jours sur 7. 7 jours sur 7, it's an expression. Yeah, it cannot be modified. 7 jours sur 7, it means 7 days a week. Yeah, 7 days a week, 7 jours sur 7. He can work here 7 days a week. Il peut travailler avec moi. Here, in that case, we could also say with me, yeah? But it sounds better here. He could work with me or he can work here 7 days a week. Il peut travailler avec moi 7 jours sur 7. And if it's here, literally, it would be ici. Il peut travailler ici 7 jours sur 7. On continue. Il va beaucoup aimer. Here the link also. Il va beaucoup aimer. Aimer. Il va beaucoup aimer, dit le gérant. He will like it a lot, says the manager. On continue maintenant avec les exercices. Let's continue with the exercises. So, we will begin now with the question. How many dogs are there? How many dogs are there? How do you say that in French? Comment vous dites cela en français? Combien y a-t-il de chiens? By the way, is it here the formal way to ask a question or is it the informal way? It is the formal way. Yeah, because we have here the verb, it is before the pronoun. Yeah, combien y a-t-il de chiens? How many dogs are there? And the answer, so you could pause the video and try to build your own answer. Yeah? On regarde la réponse. There are 3 dogs. How would you say that in French? There are 3 dogs. Il y a, there are, remember, we saw it already in the other lectures. Il y a 3 chiens. There are 3 dogs. Chien, bien sûr, avec un S. Chien. And it's also here a nasal sound. A bit of air has to come out of your nose. Un. A bit of air comes out of the nose. On continue. La question suivante. What is Rémi looking at? You can pause the video and try to translate that into French. What is Rémi looking at? Que regarde Rémi? Quite easy, yeah? Que, it means what, literally. Regarde, the verb to look. Rémi. What look Rémi? Yeah? Literally, it could also be what looks Rémi. But it sounds better in English. What is Rémi looking at? On continue. Rémi looks at the man and the dogs. Try to build it in French. Rémi looks at the man and the dogs. Quite easy, yeah? You just take some words of the text and you can build it yourself. Rémi regarde l'homme, the man, is not said here a man, the man, and it begins with an H, so you have to put L apostrophe. Rémi regarde l'homme et les chiens. Chien avec un S, with an S. La question suivante et la réponse suivante. What are Mr. B and the cafe manager doing? What are Mr. B and the cafe manager doing? Que font Monsieur B et le gérant du café? Que font? What? Do. Yeah? What? Do. Que font Monsieur Bernardin et le gérant du café? Qu'est-ce qu'ils font? La réponse. The 2 men are talking. The 2 men are talking. How would you say that in French? Les 2 hommes. Here we have a link. 2 hommes, like if it was a Z here. Yeah, we hear the sound the. Les 2 hommes, avec un S, cause, ENT at the end, because it's a third person of the plural. Les 2 hommes cause. Yeah, the 2 men are talking, or the 2 men have a small talk, or the 2 men are having a small talk. It's the same. Les 2 hommes cause. Les 2 hommes cause. On continue. How many days a week will Rémi go to work? How do you say how many? We saw it already. Combien de jours? How many days? Combien de jours par semaine? It means per week, or how many days a week? Rémi va travailler. Here it's a way to form the future. Yeah? to use that verb, it's a verb to go, and travailler at the infinitive form. Rémi va travailler. Combien de jours par semaine Rémi va travailler? Et la réponse, and the answer, Rémi is going to work 7 days a week. 7 days a week, you know already how to say that. Rémi va travailler 7 jours sur 7. 7 jours sur 7. Don't forget the S here because it's a plural, yeah? We have 7 days, yeah? Rémi va travailler, so we just take that one to build the answer. Rémi va travailler, and here we have the answer, 7 jours sur 7. Rémi is going to work 7 days a week. On continue. How does Rémi look at the men? To look at, how do you say that in French? Regarde, we already seen that, yeah? Comment Rémi regarde l'homme? Here, do we have a formal question or do we have an informal question? It is an informal question. Comment Rémi regarde l'homme? If it's in a formal question, it would have been comment Rémi regarde-t-il l'homme? Comment Rémi regarde-t-il l'homme? Ok? On continue avec la réponse. You can pause the video and try to build your own answer. Rémi looks curiously, remember, we saw that. Rémi looks curiously at the men. Really, really easy that one. Rémi regarde l'homme avec curiosité. Avec curiosité, with curiosity. On continue maintenant avec les règles de grammaire. Let's continue now with the grammar rules and with 2 new verbs. Yeah? Je veux, I want. Tu veux, you want. And it's written the same way, the verb to want. Yeah, with the 2 first one. Like many, many verbs. Yeah, you saw it already. Il veut, elle veut, on veut. Yeah, he wants, she wants, and one wants. Okay. Nous voulons, ONS at the end, vous voulez, EZ at the end. And once again, you see those 2 are not the same as the other. Yeah? Et il ou elle veulent, V-E-U-L-E-N-T. Yeah? That one is quite strange because it's not the same as those ones, the root. The root here is V-E-U, the root here is V-O-U-L, V-O-U-L, many times here it's the same root, and the last one, it's not the same as the other, yeah, V-E-U-L, yeah, ils veulent, elles veulent, it means il with the masculine form at the plural form, and elle, feminine plural. They want, so I want, you want, he or she wants, we want, you want, and they want. And now something really, really similar. Yeah? The verb to can or to be able to. Le verbe pouvoir. Je peux with an X, tu peux with an X, il peut with a T. Quite easy. Yeah, we have seen that already. Nous pouvons, ONS, easy with vous, with you, at the plural form. Ils peuvent, elles peuvent. Yeah? And here we see the same as before. Those 3 have the same root. Those 2 have the same root. But the last one is irregular. It doesn't have the same root as those one. Yeah? Je peux, tu peux, il peut. Nous pouvons, vous pouvez, ils peuvent. And now let's check out the rules for the numbers as the promise of this course. Les nombres cardinaux et ordinaux. The cardinal and ordinal numbers. Maybe you don't know those words, but cardinal is just really quite simple. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, cardinal. And ordinal numbers, those in blue. Yeah, the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. Yeah. So in French, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Premier, deuxième, troisième, quatrième, cinquième. And here we have something great, something easy. 2, we can find it here. Yeah? in English, two, has nothing to do with second. But in French, yes, it has. Deux, deuxième. You just have to put I-A-M-I at the end, and you have second. Yeah? Trois, three, does not have anything to do with third. Yeah? Three, third. But in French, it has. Trois. You take that word and you put I-A-M-I at the end. The same for cinq. Cinq, cinquième. Cinquième. Just one thing here, you have to add an U. Yeah? Because Q and I, it doesn't exist in French. Yeah? So you just have to add an U. And here we have something special. You have to quit that I. Yeah? Quatrième. And here we have something special also with un. Premier. Here, that one you have to learn it by heart. Yeah? Un, premier. Deux, deuxième. Trois, troisième. Quatre, quatrième. Cinq, cinquième. It's not so hard, yeah? And hier, première, it's for the feminine form, yeah? Premier, masculine form. Première, feminine form. Let's continue with the next. Six, sixième. Quite easy. Sept, septième. Quite easy also. Huit, huitième. Really easy. Neuf, neuvième. Here, the F becomes a V. Okay? Dix, dixième. Quite easy. Onze, onzième. You just have to quit the I. Douze, douzième. You just have to quit the I also. So it's not so hard. Not so hard. On continue maintenant avec une chanson pour apprendre les nombres. Let's continue now with the song to learn the numbers, yeah? It's really going to help you because you are making a link with a rhythm, yeah? And it has been scientifically proved that if you learn with rhythm, it's easier for your brain to retain it, yeah? To remember it. 1, 2, 3, j'irai dans les bois. 4, 5, 6, cueillir des cerises. 7, 8, 9, dans mon panier 9. 10, 11, 12, elles seront toutes rouges. Once again. 1, 2, 3, j'irai dans les bois. 4, 5, 6, cueillir des cerises. 7, 8, 9, dans mon panier 9. 10, 11, 12, elles seront toutes rouges. And here, with the colors, you have the rhymes, yeah? 3, bois. 6, cerises. You just have the I, that is the same. 9 and 9, quite strange here, because 9, it's the same as new. Yeah, in that case, 9, it's 9. In that case, 9, it's new. Yeah, it has two meanings. It's written in the same way in French, but it has two meanings, completely different meanings in English. Yeah, 12, rouge. 12 and red. Yeah, so in English, 1, 2, 3, I will go into the woods. Yeah, j'irai, it's I will go in the future form. 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, to gather cherries or to gather some cherries. Yeah. 7 and 9, in my new basket. Basket is panier and it's a masculine word. That's why we have here mon. Ma is for the feminine, mon is for the masculine. And in, it's dans. Dans mon panier neuf. In my new basket. 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12. Elles seront toutes rouges. Here we have the future also. Elles seront toutes rouges. They will be completely red or quite red. So you just have to remember that song to remember 12 numbers in French. It will really help you. Maintenant, comment dire l'heure ou comment lire l'heure? How to tell the time. The hour or time is expressed in French by the cardinal numbers plus the word heure. Yeah? Or it can also be heure with an S if it's plural. Yeah? Quite easy. 8h10, il est 8h10, it's 10 past 8. Here we have 8, but in French you have it here. And 10, you have it at the beginning in English and at the end in French. Yeah, literally it would be il est 8h10. It would be it is 8 hours 10. Yeah, 8 hours 10. Okay. So in English 10 past 8, but in French 8h10. The same for 9h20. Il est venu à 9h20. He came at 20 past 9. 20 in French, it is at the end, and 9, it's at the end in English, but it's at the beginning in French. Il est venu à 9h20. On continue. The only exception are midi, noon, and minuit, midnight. Yeah? Ce midi, j'ai mangé avec elle. This noon, I ate with her. Je me suis endormi à minuit. I slept at midnight. Midi, minuit. Midi, minuit. The divisions are the same in English and in French. Quarters, we have quarters, to or past, and we have half. Yeah. So in French, quart, demi. Yeah. Quart, it's quarters, and demi, it's half. Demi with an E at the end if it's feminine. Because it must agree with heure, and heure it's feminine. So you have to add an E mute. Une demi-heure, half an hour. Une demi with an E, heure. With midi and minuit, demi remains unchanged. Yeah, you don't have to put an E here at the end. With minuit and with midi. Demi and quart are always separate from heure, midi and minuit by the conjunction et. Yeah, you just have to add an et between both. Une heure et demie, half past one. Literally, it would be 1 hour and half. Yeah, the second one, a quarter past 2, we can read it 2h15, 2 hours and a quarter. Midi et quart, a quarter past 12. Minuit et demi, without E here. Minuit et demi. Midi et quart, half past 12, midnight or noon. Okay? Quite easy. Time before the hour is expressed by the addition to heure, midi or minuit of moins. Yeah, moins it's minus. Yeah, and the cardinal numbers. 3h moins 10, 10 to 3. 3 hours minus 10. Yeah? Minuit moins 20, it's midnight minus 20. Quite easy. Yeah, 20 to 12 in good English. Midi moins le quart, a quarter to 12 noon. Midi moins le quart. To express o'clock, use only the verb il est. It means it is, yeah? And you add the word pile if you really want to insist on the punctuality. And remember, punctuality in France, it's really, really important. Yeah, it's really rude if you don't come at the time. Yeah. For example, for if you're searching some jobs, in that case, it's really, really important. Yeah. Il est midi pile. It's the same as il est midi. Yeah. Midi pile. It's the same as midi. Yeah. But in that case, with pile, it's really you are really insisting on the punctuality. It has to be o'clock. On se voit à 9h, we meet at 8 o'clock. And here we pronounce a V, but we write a F. Yeah? 9h, 9h. It's not 9h, no, 9h. And here we have to say out loud a Z. Yeah? Nous venons à 10h. It's not 10h or 10h, no, 10h. Nous venons à 10h with an S at the end because we have 10, yeah, 10 hours. Nous venons à 10h. And the most important, it's in French, so it's not AM and PM, yeah? We have the so-called 20 hours clock system, yeah? And you just have to add 12 to the number in English. 1 plus 12, it gives 13. 2 plus 12, it gives 14, etc. until midnight. Yeah? So I think it's not so difficult. You just have to remember, maybe print out those files. You have the files in PDF with this lecture. You just print it out and you review it 1, 2, 3 times, and it's not so hard. Now, please fill in the blanks. Nous ne, and here we have the verb to want. Nous ne pas porter des costumes bizarres. We don't want to wear weird costumes. Yeah? Nous ne pas porter des costumes bizarres. So, you just check the rules with the verb vouloir and pouvoir to fill the blanks. Nous ne voulons pas. Yeah? With nous, most of the time, it ends with ONS. Yeah? Nous ne voulons pas porter des costumes bizarres. Let's continue. On continue. Fill in the blanks. Il ne, and here was the verb to can or to be able to. Il ne pas voir les chiens proches de la table. They can't see the dogs near the table. Ils ne peuvent pas. INT. INT. Yeah? Ils ne peuvent pas voir les chiens proches de la table. On continue. Moi aussi, je, et là, avec le verbe vouloir, with the verb to want. Je causais avec le gérant. I also, aussi. I also want to talk with the manager. Moi aussi, je veux, with an X here at the end. Je veux causer avec le gérant. Causer, remember to talk or to have a small talk. Rémi ne, once again was the verb vouloir, to want, ne pas aller dans un orphelinat. He doesn't want to go in an orphanage. Il ne, you can pause the video and try to answer. Il ne veut pas. Here we have Rémi. Rémi, it corresponds to il. Yeah, when it's a man, it corresponds to il. When it's a woman, it corresponds to elle. E-L-L-E. Yeah, but here it's a man. And at this, it's the third person of the singular form. And at the third person of the singular form, here we have a T. Yeah? Il ne veut pas aller dans un orphelinat. Here we have, remember to make the link. Dans un. And here also, dans un orphelinat. Orphelinat. Yeah, because that one is a vowel and that one is a vowel also. Rémi ne veut pas aller dans un orphelinat. And the last one, tu, with the verb pouvoir, travailler 7 jours sur 7. Here we have a question mark. So it's a question, yeah? So we have to say it like if it was a question. Tu, travailler 7 jours sur 7? And in English, can you work 7 days a week? Can you work 7 days a week? So, tu, remember, how does it end with the verb pouvoir? Tu peux travailler 7 jours sur 7. Tu peux travailler 7 jours sur 7? With an X. Je suis entré en première. Is there a mistake or not? Yes, there is one, but where? At the last word. Rémi says, je suis entré en première. It's not correct because he's not a woman, he's a man. Je suis entré en premier. Premier. Premier, it's for the masculine form, and première, it's for the feminine form. Mistake, no mistake. Dimanche, c'est le 7e jour. Dimanche, c'est le 7e jour. Sunday, it's the 7th day. No mistake. There is no mistake. Dimanche, c'est le 7e jour. By the way, in France, you will see only people saying that Sunday, it's the 7th day. Yeah. In some other countries, it's Saturday, but in France, it's always on Sunday. So that's a cultural fact. On continue. Mistake, no mistake. C'est la 10e fois qu'on en parle. Is there a mistake? Are there many mistakes, maybe? Yes, there is a mistake. Ooh, 2 mistakes here. C'est la 10e fois qu'on en parle. So, pause the video and try to correct it. C'est la 10e, without double M, fois qu'on en parle without an S, because here we have on. On is the third person of the singular form. Now, here the S is that the second person of the singular form, not the third one, yeah? On continue. The next one, mistake, no mistake, vouloir c'est pouvoir. Vouloir is to want, pouvoir is to can. So, is there a mistake? Remember how to write it in the infinitive form. Pouvoir, it has no E at the end, yeah? Vouloir c'est pouvoir, where there is a will, there is a way. Yeah, it's a quote. Vouloir, c'est pouvoir. On continue. Mistake, no mistake. Donnez-moi 12 œufs, s'il vous plaît. Donnez-moi 12 œufs, s'il vous plaît. There is no mistake. Give me a dozen of, or here 12. Give me 12 eggs, please. S'il vous plaît, please. Donnez-moi 12 œufs, s'il vous plaît. On continue. Mistake, no mistake. Le troisième chien est aussi assis. The third dog is also sitting. The third dog is also sitting. Mistake, no mistake. Yes, there is a mistake, but where? Troisième. How do you write troisième? Troisième. Check out here. There is no else. Le troisième chien est aussi assis. Et voilà, nous avons terminé. We have finished. And now the final quote. Un tien vaut mieux que deux, tu l'auras. One that you hold, here the verb is tenir, one that you hold, is better than two that you will have. Two that you will have. Que tu auras, here is at the future, like here. Yeah? But in English we don't say that. In English we say a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Yeah? Un tien vaut mieux que deux, tu l'auras. I hope you really enjoyed this course. And if you have some question, don't hesitate to write it and I will be able to answer you. And I will be happy to be able to answer you. And we see us in the next lesson. In this lecture, we will learn how to use some easy linking words, which are very, very important, yeah? And also the verb to have to and the verb to know. In French, devoir et savoir, okay? But first, we will see some vocabulary for the text that we will use to learn in context. First word, le singe. Le singe, the monkey. Un. It's a nasal sound. A bit of air has to come out of your nose. Le singe, the monkey. And try to repeat exactly like I do, looking carefully at my mouth. So first you hear, you listen, and then you repeat, okay? So here you listen. Le singe. Once again. Le singe. Great, let's continue with the next word. Une troupe. Une troupe. Be careful with the R, yeah? It's quite strange, no? Une troupe. Troupe. It sounds a bit strange, no? Une troupe. And it's a feminine word. In English, a troupe. Okay? Une troupe. Once again, une troupe. And let's continue with some other words. Beau, in feminine, belle. Yeah, beau is the masculine and belle is the feminine. So it's a bit hard, no? It's not like only putting an E at the end, yeah? Handsome. Beau, belle, handsome. On continue. Gauche. Gauche, it's on the left. So when you learn that word, you have to say gauche. And the word for right is droite. Gauche, droite. À gauche, à droite. It means on the left, on the right. À gauche, à droite. Let's continue with the next word. Ici. Ici. It means here. And please do the gesture, yeah? Here. Je suis ici. I am here. Je suis ici. Ici. Here. Immédiatement. Quite easy. Immédiatement. But the I, that one, you don't hear it, yeah? Immédiatement. Immédiatement. And here we have a nasal sound, yeah, at the end. Immédiatement. Immédiatement. On continue avec le prochain mot. 30. And you make that gesture, yeah? 30. It means 30. 30. You mean 30. 30. On continue. 40. 40. 40. 40. Sous. Under. Under. Sous. Sur. Above. Sous. Under. Sur. Sous. On continue avec le prochain mot. Montrer. Montrer, for example, you grab a book. Je te montre une image. Je te montre une image. So grab a book maybe or something to show to someone and it will really help you to remember. Je te montre une image. I show you an image. Je te montre une image. On continue maintenant avec le texte. And now the text. Donnez-moi 40 francs, dit Jérôme. Donnez-moi, give me, donnez-moi 40 francs. 40, 40. 40, 40. Donnez-moi 40 francs, dit Jérôme. On continue. Non, je vous donne 30 francs. 30, 30. No, I'll give you 30 francs. Non, je vous donne 30 francs. And if. Here we have a linking word. And if. Et si vous acceptez, and if you accept, si vous acceptez, le garçon prend place. Le garçon prend place. The boy, boy, garçon, takes his place, prend place. Il prend place où? Where does he take place? Il prend place immédiatement dans la troupe. Immediately, immédiatement. Dans la troupe, in the Damarit troop, dans la troupe d'Amarit. Damarit, it's the name of the troop. Yeah? Like a circus troop, yeah? Mais où est-elle votre troupe? But, another linking word, very important, the linking words. Mais où est-elle? Où est-elle? Où with accent, remember, when it's a place, when it's talking about a place, it's with accent. Mais où est-elle votre troupe? But where is your troop? Je suis Monsieur Damarit. I am Mr. Damarit. Je vais vous montrer la troupe. I will show you, or I am going to show you. Je vais vous montrer la troupe. La troupe, the troop. Double O in English, O-U in French, and with an E at the end. If you don't put the E, if you have a word that ends with a P, but you don't have an E at the end, you won't hear the P. Yeah? Like if it was a T, you don't hear the T, an S, you don't hear the S. Or a D also, you don't hear the D. Yeah? If there is no E after that. On continue. Elle est ici. Il prend dans sa main un animal. Elle est ici. She is here. Because troop in French, it's feminine. Une troupe. In English, it has no feminine or no masculine. Yeah? We say it is here. The troop is here. Yeah? But so, you have to put it at the feminine form in French. Elle est ici. Il prend dans sa main un animal. He takes a strange animal. Strange, étrange. Strange, étrange. Qui était sous son bras? That was. Qui était? That was. Sous, under. Sous son bras. Voici mon singe, joli cœur. Et il est très intelligent. Voici. Here is, voici, two words in English, one word in French. Here is, voici. Voici mon singe, joli cœur. Et il est très intelligent. another linking word, really important, and he is very intelligent. Et il est très intelligent. Very intelligent. Here you have to make the link, yeah? Because intelligent, it begins with an I. Très intelligent. Très intelligent. And now the question and answer parts. How much money does Jérôme want? How much money does Jérôme want? In French, combien d'argent veut Jérôme? The verb to want, le verbe vouloir. How much money does Jérôme want? Combien d'argent veut Jérôme? Try to build the answer. Essayez de fabriquer la réponse. Jérôme wants 40 francs. Jérôme wants 40 francs. By the way, here we have francs. Of course, in France, it's not francs now, yeah? It's euro, yeah? Like in Germany, in Spain, in Italy, in Belgium. In most of the European countries, you have the euro now, yeah? Francs, it's the old currency. Jérôme wants 40 francs. Jérôme veut 40 francs. 40, 40. Jérôme veut 40 francs. On continue la prochaine question. Let's continue with the next question. What is the name of the troupe? Really important to know how to build that in French, yeah? What is the name of, etc. Comment se nomme la troupe? Comment se nomme la troupe? What is the name of? How is it named in that case, if you would translate it literally? How is it named? Yeah? How is the troupe named? Yeah? Here we have the verb to be named. Yeah? The troupe is called Damarit. Try to build the answer in French. La troupe s'appelle Damarit. S'appelle. S'appelle. We can use that verb if we want to speak about the names, yeah? Here we could do the same, yeah? Comment s'appelle la troupe? La troupe s'appelle Damarit. On continue avec la prochaine question. Let's continue with the next question. Where is the troupe now? Here we are asking about a place. Ici, nous demandons un lieu. Où est la troupe en ce moment? En ce moment, 3 words in French and only 1 word in English. En ce moment, où est la troupe? Et la réponse, the whole troupe is in this café. Whole. How do you say whole in French? La troupe entière est dans ce café. La troupe entière, whole, la troupe entière est dans ce café. Is in this café. On continue avec la prochaine question. How many people are in the troupe? How many people are in the troupe? How do you say how many in French? Do you remember? Comment vous dites how many en français? Combien? Combien de personnes sont dans la troupe? Quite easy, yeah? Sont, it's the verb here that we have here in English, are. Combien de personnes sont dans la troupe? How many people are in the troupe? With an S here at the end in French. Combien de personnes sont dans la troupe? And the answer, try to build it yourself. Il n'y a que Monsieur Damarit et son singe. Il n'y a que. There are only. Il n'y a que. Que only in that case. Il n'y a que Monsieur Damarit et son singe. There are only Mr. Damarit and his monkey. On continue avec la prochaine question. Let's continue with the next question. What is the name of the monkey? How do you say that? What is the name of? Remember, we saw it already. There are a few ways to say that. Try to remember. Comment s'appelle le singe? You remember, we have se nomme, and it's quite the same as s'appelle. S'appelle is more colloquial. Se nomme is more, let's say, upper level French, yeah? Comment s'appelle le singe? Comment s'appelle le singe? Et la réponse, the monkey is called Joli Cœur. Joli Cœur, nice heart. Le singe s'appelle Joli Cœur. Très facile. Really easy that one, isn't it? Let's continue now with the grammar part in the next lecture. Another grammar part. Le verbe devoir, the verb to have to. Je dois, with an S. Tu dois, the same way. Il doit. Here you have never an S, yeah? It can be a T or it can be something else, but never you have an S. Il doit, elle doit, on doit. Nous devons, here the root is changing. Vous devez, here the root is the same as nous. Nous devons, vous devez, ils doivent. And here we have a mix of both, no? We have the beginning of that one, and we have also the V, yeah, that we saw here and here. Je dois, tu dois, il doit. Nous devons, vous devez, ils doivent. Je dois, tu dois, il doit. Nous devons, vous devez, ils doivent. I have to, you have to, etc. Maintenant, le prochain verbe. Now, the next verb. Le verbe savoir, the verb to know. Je sais, tu sais, il sait. Quite the same. Nous savons, vous savez, ils savent. And here we have the same root with the three. Yeah? The three at the ending have the same root, and the three at the beginning have the same root also. Quite easy, that one. Je sais, tu sais, il sait. Nous savons, vous savez, ils savent. I know, you know, etc. And now the linking words. Yeah? Now we are going to learn a lot of different linking words. The first one is for the addition. Yeah? If you want to add something, yeah, in a phrase. Yeah? In English, on Monday, I ate vegetables and fruits. I also ate meat, plus I drank a lot of water. In French, we would say et également de plus. Yeah? Here we have et également de plus. So, the whole phrase. Lundi, j'ai mangé des légumes et des fruits. J'ai également mangé de la viande. De plus, j'ai bu beaucoup d'eau. Okay? So here you can really see that the linking words are mandatory, yeah? If you want to build some complex phrases. On continue avec maintenant l'opposition. Let's continue with opposition, yeah? It means you don't agree with something, for example, or you show something and you show its contrary. Mardi, j'ai fait du sport. Par contre, mercredi, je suis resté à la maison. Toutefois, j'ai fait quelques étirements. Okay? So the first one, par contre, is however, in that case, and toutefois, yet. Okay? Tuesday, I played sports. However, par contre, on Wednesday, I stayed at home. Yet, I did some stretching. Toutefois, j'ai fait quelques étirements. On continue avec le prochain. Le prochain, c'est le but. Pay attention, please. Here, I didn't wrote but, the English word but. No. But in French, it's a purpose, a goal. Yeah? Un but. So here we are going to see how to express purposes. Yeah? On Wednesday, I went to the doctor for treatment in order to be in a good shape. Yeah? Pour me faire soigner, en vue de, yeah, in order to, en vue de, d'être en pleine forme. Here, I didn't wrote en vue de with an E here, because after that we have a vowel, so I had to put the apostrophe. Okay? En vue d'être en pleine forme. So the whole sentence, mercredi, je suis allé chez le médecin pour me faire soigner en vue d'être en pleine forme. Ok? Eh bien, très bien. On continue maintenant avec le suivant, c'est l'énumération. If you want to enumerate something, first, then, finally, yeah, if you are telling a story, you will have to use those ones. So, jeudi, d'abord je me suis levé, puis j'ai pris mon petit déjeuner, ensuite j'ai pris ma douche, et enfin, je suis parti au travail. Je répète, plus calmement, jeudi, d'abord je me suis levé, puis j'ai pris mon petit déjeuner, breakfast, 2 words in French and 1 word in English. Ensuite, j'ai pris ma douche et enfin, je suis parti au travail. Thursday, first I got up, first d'abord. Then I had my breakfast. Puis j'ai pris mon petit déjeuner, puis. Then I took a shower, then ensuite. And finally left for work. Et enfin, finally. On continue maintenant avec la conséquence. If you want to express consequence, something happened, so that's why something else happened. Yeah, we will use words like that's why, therefore, or so. Yeah, they're expressing consequences. Friday, I was sick. That's why, c'est pourquoi, that's why I didn't go to work. So, I was paid less at the end of the month. So, par conséquent. So, 1 word in English, 2 words in French. Vendredi, j'étais malade. C'est pourquoi je ne suis pas allé travailler. Par conséquent, j'ai été moins payé à la fin du mois. Par conséquent, so, or as a consequence, or therefore. Yeah, here you have different words, and you can have in French you can put one instead of another. In English, you can do the same. Yeah, therefore instead of so, or so instead of that's why. Yeah, in French it's exactly the same. Par conséquent, it's the same as donc. Yeah, it's really the same as donc. So it doesn't matter if you use one instead of another. In most of the cases, yeah, in most of the cases. On continue avec la liaison et le résumé. Donc, par ailleurs, d'ailleurs, or. On Saturday, I was better, so I went shopping. Yeah, it's a link. In that case, it's a link. By the way, I decided to buy more fruit to get less sick. Samedi, j'allais mieux, donc je suis allé faire les courses. Donc, je suis allé faire les courses. D'ailleurs, j'ai décidé d'acheter plus de fruits pour tomber moins malade. D'ailleurs, in that case, by the way. Et on continue avec l'explication. Yeah, if you want to explain something, indeed, because, that's to say, since, etc. In French, en effet, car, c'est-à-dire, puisque. Yeah, here an example. Sunday, I was tired. Once again. Indeed, Saturday, I went to bed late because there was a great movie on TV. In French, dimanche, j'étais encore une fois fatigué. En effet, samedi, je me suis couché tard, car il y avait un super film à la télé. Car, because. Indeed, en effet. Let's continue in the next lesson with some exercises. And now, fill in the blanks. Yeah? Try to use the linking words that we just saw to fill in the blanks. So, what will you write here? Tu acceptes, on commence maintenant. In English, if you accept, we start now. So, how do you say if in French? If, si. Si tu acceptes, accepte avec un S, with an S here, on commence maintenant. In that case, on, it's we. But we could also translate it with one would start. Yeah? On commence maintenant. Si tu acceptes, on commence maintenant. And the next one. On continue. Joli cœur n'est pas joli. Il est intelligent. Ah. Joli cœur n'est pas joli. Il est intelligent. Joli cœur is not pretty, but it is clever. Yeah, in English you have to use it when it's an animal, but in French you use like if it was a man or a woman. Il est intelligent. Le singe, it's a masculine word, so you have il. Yeah? So, how do you say but in French? Comment vous dites but en français? Joli cœur n'est pas joli, mais il est intelligent. And here you have to make the link, yeah? T, and here you have a I. T, I. Il est intelligent. Il est intelligent. Joli cœur n'est pas joli, mais il est intelligent. On continue avec le prochain mot. Il est malin. Il fait partie de la troupe. Il est malin. That's why. How do you say that's why in French? It is smart. That's why it is part of the troop. Yeah, the monkey. Il est malin. C'est pourquoi il fait partie de la troupe. Il est malin. C'est pourquoi il fait partie de la troupe. On continue. Il fait une proposition à Jérôme. Il lui montre le singe. How do you say then? He makes a proposal to Jerome. Then he shows him the monkey. Quite easy, that one. Puis, il lui montre le singe. Il fait une proposition à Jérôme, puis il lui montre le singe. Here you also have to make a link. Puis il lui montre le singe. On continue. Joli cœur est étrange. Il fait un peu peur. You can pause the video and try to guess what could be those two words. Joli cœur is strange, therefore it is a little scary. Joli cœur est étrange, par conséquent, il fait un peu peur. Par conséquent, il fait un peu peur. Par conséquent, therefore. And now the exercise with mistakes and no mistakes in the next lecture. And now, mistakes, no mistakes. Le singe sait faire rire. Le singe sait faire rire. Is there here a mistake? By the way, faire rire is to make someone laugh. Yeah. Here we have two words. Yeah. Those two words are two verbs. That verb is the verb to make, and that verb is the make to laugh. And that verb is the verb to know. Now, the monkey knows how to make someone laugh. Okay? Is there here a mistake or not? Look carefully. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. There is one here. What is that mistake? You can pause the video and try to answer. Le singe sait faire rire. There is no S. There is no S, yeah? Because it's a singular word. Le singe sait faire rire. And the next one. Et voici la prochaine phrase. And here is the next phrase. Jérôme doit faire un choix. Maybe there's something with the verb. Yes, there is a mistake on the verb. Jérôme. What person is it? The first, the second, the third person of the plural or of the singular? It has a T because it is the third person of the singular. Jérôme doit faire un choix. Jérôme doit faire un choix. And the next one. Mistake, no mistake. Nous devons entrer dans la troupe. Nous devons entrer dans la troupe. Mistake. Mistake. Two mistakes. Nous devons entrer dans la troupe. Try to correct it. Yeah? Pause the video and try to correct it on a sheet of paper. Nous devons, with nous, you have most of the time an ending with O and S. Yeah? Nous devons entrer dans la troupe. Troupe, it's a singular word. Nous devons entrer dans la troupe. We have no S. On continue. Attention, la phrase suivante. Monsieur Damarit sait négocier. Monsieur Damarit sait négocier. That one is the verb to know, and that one is the verb to negotiate. So, he knows how to negotiate. There is no mistake. Il sait négocier. On continue. Mistake, no mistake. Ils savent comment faire. They, here's the verb to know, here how, and here to do. So, they know how to do. They know how to do. Is there a mistake? No, there isn't. On continue maintenant avec la prochaine phrase. Mistake, no mistake. Vous savez où est joli cœur? Vous savez où est joli cœur? Yes, there is a mistake, but where? It's a really, really little mistake. Where is it? Où? Vous savez où est joli cœur? With an accent, because here it's a place, yeah? Vous savez où est joli cœur? And it's a question. So, I hope you really enjoyed this course, this lecture, and so as to end, we are going to see a quote. Qui craint le danger ne doit pas aller en mer. Qui craint le danger ne doit pas aller en mer. So, literally, it would be who fears dangers shouldn't go to sea. But in English, we don't say that. We say, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Yeah, I'm sure you completely understood that one. I see you in the next lecture. Je vous vois très bientôt dans la prochaine leçon. À très bientôt. Prenez soin de vous. Take care of you. In this lecture, we will learn how to use the demonstrative adjectives and pronouns, but also the verb to have a wash and the verb to get up. In French, se laver et se lever. Okay? It's a bit different. Se laver, se lever. There is only one letter that changes. But first, we will see some vocabulary. Pour débuter, nous allons voir un peu de vocabulaire. Un chef, a chief. Un chef. You can also use that word for the chefs that are working in the kitchen, yeah? The really high-ranking people that are working in the kitchen, yeah? Un chef. Un chef. And it's a masculine word. So, first you listen to the word and then you repeat, yeah? Un chef. Once again. Un chef. Great. Let's continue with the next word. The next word that we will use in the text to have some context. Un caniche. Un caniche. You can see what animal it is on the image. And it's a masculine word, yeah? Un caniche. A poodle. Un caniche. And it's ending, it's quite strange because it ends with an E, and many words that end with an E are feminine, but not that one, yeah? Un caniche, it's a masculine word. So, now you listen and then you repeat. Un caniche. Look carefully at my mouse. Un caniche. Once again. Un caniche. And let's continue with some other words that we will see in the text. Sur ordre de. On one's order. Yeah? On and order corresponds to sur ordre. And de is once. Sur ordre de. On one's order. Sur ordre de. Présenter. To introduce. To introduce someone to someone else. Yeah? Présenter quelqu'un à quelqu'un. Présenter quelqu'un à quelqu'un. To introduce someone to someone. On continue. Une patte. Une patte. Une patte. Don't hesitate to do the gesture, yeah? Une patte, a paw. And it's a feminine word, yeah? It's a feminine word and it ends with an E, like many feminine words, yeah? Une patte. Autre. Autre, important word. Other, yeah? Un autre, one other. Une autre, one other, but in the feminine, yeah? On continue. Un torse. Un torse. Don't hesitate to hit your chest, in that case, to be able to remember that word in an easy way, yeah? Un torse. A chest. Un torse. And it's a masculine word. Un torse. Un ami. A friend. Un ami. Here you have to make the link, yeah? Because here it's a vowel. A, it's a vowel, so you have to make the link.
un ami, not un ami, un ami, a friend. On continue. S'approcher de, to come closer to. S'approcher de, yeah, with an S apostrophe, yeah, because we have here a vowel. Otherwise, it would be se, yeah, s'approcher de. And the last word, vers, towards. I walk towards someone. Je marche vers quelqu'un. Je marche vers quelqu'un. I walk towards someone. Et voilà. Et maintenant, on continue avec le texte. Let's continue with the text. So, let's check out now the text. Maintenant, dit Vitalis, je vous présente Capi, ce beau caniche blanc. Ce, C-E in French, this, yeah, it means this in this case. Ce beau caniche blanc, c'est le chef des chiens. Sur ordre de mon maître, I repeat. Maintenant, now, dit Vitalis, said Vitalis, je vous présente Capi. I introduce you to Capi. Présenter, to introduce someone to someone. Yeah? Je vous présente Capi, ce beau caniche blanc. Ce beau caniche blanc, caniche poodle. It's the boss of the dogs. C'est le chef des chiens. Chef, boss. Okay? Le chef des chiens, of the dogs. On his master's order, sur ordre de son maître, virgule, sur ordre de son maître, le caniche se lève, stands up, croise les deux pattes, croiser to cross, croise les deux pattes, sur son torse et salue, on his chest, torse, et salue, saluer to greet, yeah, saluer to greet. Capi, présenter ses amis aux personnes ici présentes. Capi, présenter ses amis aux personnes ici présentes. Here we have the imperative form. Capi, présenter ses amis, these friends, to those here. Those here, les personnes ici présentes. Les personnes ici présentes. Ici présentes, it means that are here. Capi se tourne vers ses camarades. Capi turns to his colleagues. Colleagues, camarades. Capi se tourne vers ses camarades et les deux autres chiens, other, the two other dogs, s'approchent et saluent. Approach and greet. Here it's a pronominal verb in French and it's not pronominal in English. Pay attention because the verb sounds nearly the same. Approcher, approach, to approach, but we don't say to approach in French. We say something like to be approached, no? Or to approach oneself. Yeah, it cannot be used like without that S apostrophe in that case. Yeah, les autres chiens s'approchent et saluent. Saluer, to greet. We saw it already. And the end of the text. Celui-ci s'appelle Zerbino, annonce Vitalis. This one, celui-ci, is called Zerbino, announces Vitaly. All the things that we saw here in red in this lecture, we are going to see them in detail in this lecture. Yeah, we are going to see the grammar rules of everything that was written in red in this lecture. Now, the question and answers. Who is called Vitalis? Try to remember who is called Vitalis. How do you say that in French? Qui s'appelle Vitalis? Qui s'appelle Vitalis? You know it already, I think, now. On continue, and now the answer. It's the old man who is called Vitalis. So how do you say that in French? You can pause the video and try to answer on a sheet of paper. C'est l'homme âgé. It's the old man.
c'est l'homme âgé qui s'appelle Vitalis. Qui, it corresponds here to who. Who is called Vitalis. C'est l'homme âgé qui s'appelle Vitalis. On continue. What is the name of the poodle? What is the name of the poodle? Quite easy, that one. Comment s'appelle le caniche? Comment s'appelle le caniche? Caniche, poodle. And the answer, the poodle is called Capi. Le caniche s'appelle Capi. You know all of this already. I hope you didn't do any mistake. Don't forget that here we have a double P and here you have double L. Yeah, double P, double L. And here double M. Comment? On continue avec la question suivante. How does Capi greet? How do you say to greet in French? How does Capi greet? Comment? How? Comment Capi salue-t-il? Salue-t-il? Do we have here a formal question or an informal question? It's a formal one. It's a formal one because the verb is before the pronoun. Yeah? Comment Capi salue-t-il? How does Capi greet? And try to find out the answer. He stands up and crosses his pawn on his chest. That one is a bit harder. Is a bit harder maybe. Let's check out. Pause the video and try to build it yourself. Il se lève et croise ses pattes sur son torse. Torse, chest, patte, paws, croise, crosses. Il se lève, he stands up. 2 words in English and 2 words in French because it's se lève. Yeah, it's like he stands himself up if we would translate it literally. Il se lève et croise ses pattes sur son torse. Allez, on continue avec la prochaine question. Let's continue with the next question. Who approaches Capi to greet? Who approaches Capi to greet? In French, qui, qui, who, qui s'approche de Capi pour saluer? Approaches, it's s'approche. Don't forget the S apostrophe because it's a pronominal. Qui s'approche de Capi pour saluer? Who approaches Capi to greet? And the answer, et la réponse, these are 2 dogs approaching to greet. These are 2 dogs approaching to greet. And in French, ce sont 2 chiens qui s'approchent pour saluer. Ce sont 2 chiens, 2 dogs, qui s'approchent, who are approaching, or approaching, qui s'approchent pour saluer, so as to greet or to greet. Yeah? Saluer ends with ER in French. What group is it? It's the first group, the easiest and the most common. On continue avec la question suivante. What is the name of one of the other dogs? Ooh, here it's a bit harder, isn't it? What is the name? Try to cut, yeah? You can cut the phrase so as to be able to build it, yeah? You can try to cut the phrase, yeah? The other dogs is one part. What is the name of is maybe other part, yeah? Try to cut it. Comment s'appelle? Comment s'appelle? What is the name of? Yeah. L'un des autres chiens. One of the other dogs. L'un des autres chiens. Pluriel, attention, autre, et pluriel avec chien. Yeah? It's the plural here on both of those words. Comment s'appelle l'un des autres chiens? And the answer, one of the other dogs is called Zerbino. L'un des autres chiens s'appelle Zerbino. Yeah? Many times you can only really easily use nearly all the words of the question to build your answer. Yeah? That's what we did here. Yeah? S'appelle, we have it here. Yeah? L'un des autres chiens, l'un des autres chiens. Yeah? Quite easy to build the answer sometimes. Le verbe se laver. let's begin with the verb to wash, yeah, or to have a wash, yeah. Se laver, it's nearer of to have a wash, yeah, to have a wash that you do on yourself, yeah. Se laver, se laver. Je me lave, par exemple, je me lave les mains, I wash my hands, or I have a wash. Je me lave, yeah. If you say I have a wash, it means you are washing your complete body, yeah. If you say je me lave les mains, it means you are washing your hands, yeah. Je me lave les mains, tu te laves les mains with an S, remember. Il se lave, elle se lave, on se lave les mains without S here, without anything here. Nous nous lavons, vous vous lavez, yeah. Il se lave, elle se lave. Here we have a so-called pronominal verb, yeah? You are not washing, you're something like washing yourself, yeah? Je, me, je goes always in that case with me. Tu, te. Il, se. Elle, se. On, se. Nous, nous. You just have to repeat the pronoun. Nous, nous. Vous, vous. Il, se. Elle, se. So the root here, that's a good thing, the root is the same from the beginning on till the end. Lave. And the endings, we know it already, yeah? For the first group, E, ES, E, ONS, EZ, ENT. Quite easy. I have a wash, you have a wash, etc. On continue avec le verbe suivant. Let's continue with the next verb. Je me lève. I get up. Yeah, I get up. Le verbe se lever. I get up. Tu te lèves. Il se lève. Ah, here we have something special. Here we don't have an accent. Yeah, here neither. You remember those two are many times are exception. Yeah. Je me lève. Tu te lèves. Il se lève. We hear the same in those cases. In those three cases, we hear the same. We don't hear the S. Nous nous levons, vous vous levez, il se lève. ENT, the common ending. Il se lève. I get up, you get up, etc. Les adjectifs démonstratifs. Here I am afraid when I see some such words, no? But you don't have to, because the demonstrative adjectives and the demonstrative pronoun, you use it every day. Just maybe you don't know the names of it, but it's really easy when you pay attention. This and that are both se, yeah, in French, yeah? This corresponds to se, and that corresponds to se. Yeah, but it changes according to the gender. It means if it's masculine, it's se. But if it's feminine, it's not se. Okay? And quite easy, these and those, it means at the plural form, you just have to add an S to the masculine form. So the feminine form, we see it just right now. The feminine form, set. Set. The good thing is here, at the plural form, it's the same, yeah? Se and se at the plural form. And here we have set at the feminine singular form and se at the singular masculine form. Just what is that here? We can ask the question. Do you have an idea? Yeah, I'm sure you have an idea. Set is used before a word beginning with a vowel. Yeah, it's quite easy to do. Yeah, for example, ce vin. Cet excellent vin. Excellent begins with a vowel. Cet excellent vin, this excellent wine. Yeah, it's quite logical, no? If you say ce excellent vin, it does not sound well. But cet excellent vin, it does sound well. Yeah, quite easy. Let's continue. If this is contrasted with that, in English, sometimes we have this in the same phrase. Yeah, we have this and that in the same phrase, and then they are contrasted. In that case, it's something special that we have in French. Yeah, it's si and la that you have to add to the word. Yeah, for example, this dog is kind. That dog isn't kind. Yeah, this dog is great. That dog isn't. Yeah, for example, another example. Yeah, in that case, you just have to add si to the word dog for the first part of the phrase, and for the second part, you just have to add la. Ce chien-ci est gentil. Ce chien-là n'est pas gentil. D'accord? Isn't kind. This dog is kind. That dog isn't kind. Ce chien-ci est gentil. Ce chien-là n'est pas gentil. On continue. And now the demonstrative pronoun. Don't be afraid. Yeah, we are going to make a short grammar reminder just to be sure that you understand what is a demonstrative pronoun. So this and that may be either definite or indefinite. Yeah, in the first part, just to remember, in the first part, we saw the demonstrative adjectives. Yeah, and here in the second part of these grammar rules, we are going to see the demonstrative pronouns. Yeah, demonstrative, for example, a demonstrative pronoun that is definite. We have an example like the one. Yeah, the one is definite pronoun. Demonstrative pronoun, yeah? And an indefinite demonstrative pronoun would be this and that also, yeah? Let's check out that in a clearer way. So, the definite, they refer to some particular noun, yeah? We have expressed it, or it is also implied in the previous part, yeah? We already spoke of it in another part of the text. When it's indefinite, they represent something that has not yet been named, yeah, or a whole sentence or ID, something global, yeah, a whole sentence or ID. Let's check that out. The definite pronouns are the one and the ones. They are translated by celui in French. Really easy, yeah, but it changes. It depends of the number and of the gender, if it's feminine, masculine, plural, or singular. You just have to know by heart that. Yeah? Masculine, celui, ce at the plural form. Feminine, celle, and celle with an S at the end for the plural form. Okay? Let's see some examples. It's going to be clearer. Yeah? This little boy is the one that you want to see. Ce petit garçon-ci est celui que vous voulez voir. Celui que vous voulez voir. Celui que vous voulez voir. The one that you want to see. Okay? The one definite. Those little girls are the ones that we met yesterday. Ces petites filles-là sont celles, feminine plural, que nous avons rencontrées hier. Celles que nous avons rencontrées hier. Which horses are finer? The ones of my father or the ones of my uncle? Quels chevaux, horses, quels chevaux sont plus beaux? Ceux de mon père ou ceux de mon oncle? Ceux. Ok? Ceux de mon père ou ceux de mon oncle. Quite easy if you think about it. Don't hesitate, by the way, to print out the flashcards of those grammar rules. It will really help you to have it under your eyes when you learn that, yeah? Indefinite, yeah? Let's check out now the indefinite, this and that. They generally correspond to ceci and cela. Ceci, cela. Yeah? Example, I like this better than that. J'aime mieux ceci que cela. J'aime is I love, yeah? But j'aime mieux is I like. D'accord? J'aime mieux ceci que cela. I like better, no? I like this one better than the other. This is true. Ceci est vrai. Don't do that. Ne faites pas cela. I repeat. J'aime mieux ceci que cela. Ceci est vrai. Ne faites pas cela. When indefinite this and that are used with the verb to be, here we have something special. Yeah? They are often to be translated with ce or C apostrophe. C apostrophe is when you have a vowel after. Yeah. Ce, after that you have a consonant. The word that comes after begins with a consonant. And here the word after that one begins with a vowel. And we have also voici and voilà. Here are some examples to make it clearer. That is not true. We have the verb to be. Yeah, that is not true. Ce n'est pas vrai. That is true. C'est vrai. C'est vrai. This is my dog. Voici mon chien. You show it, yeah? You show it with your hand, yeah? Pointing it out, yeah? Voici mon chien. That is my monkey. Voilà mon singe. So, here you just have to fill in the blanks, if needed. 1. Animal n'est pas noir. Here you have the translation in English. This animal is not black. How do you say that in French? Cet animal n'est pas noir. Why isn't it ce? Because, yes, here we have a vowel. The A here is a vowel, yeah? So we have to add that letter, a T. Cet animal n'est pas noir. Cet animal n'est pas noir. On continue. On continue avec la prochaine question. Dont je parle sont deux gentils chiens. Dont je parle sont deux gentils chiens. Let's check out the hint, the English part. The ones I'm talking about are nice dogs. The ones I'm talking about are nice dogs. How do you say that in French? Ceux dont je parle sont deux gentils chiens. Ceux, why ceux? Because it's masculine and because it's plural. Yeah? Masculine plural, C-E-U-X. Ceux dont je parle sont deux gentils chiens. On continue. 1. Mes camarades de la troupe. 1. Mes camarades de la troupe. Here are my colleagues of the troop. Here are my colleagues of the troop. Indefinite this when the verb to be. Remember, here there's something special. What is it? Voici. Voici mes camarades de la troupe. Voici mes camarades, avec un S, de la troupe. Of the troop. Voici mes camarades de la troupe. On continue. 1. Homme. 1. Est plutôt aimable. Cet homme-là, non. If we have that and that in the second part of the phrase, what is going to appear in the first part? That's a hint. And here another hint. This man is rather friendly. Rather, plutôt. Yeah, rather, plutôt. Rather friendly. That man not. Yeah. So here, check out. You have this and that in the same phrase. So how do you say that in French? Cet homme-ci est plutôt aimable. Cet homme-là, non. Cet homme-ci est plutôt aimable. Cet homme-là, non. On continue. Les chiens se puis saluent. Qu'est-ce qu'ils font? Qu'est-ce qu'ils font? What do the dogs do before greeting? They get up. How do you say to get up? We saw that in the verb part, yeah? Les chiens ils se, pause the video and try to answer. Ils se lèvent, puis saluent. Les chiens se lèvent, puis saluent. Mistake, no mistake. Le caniche blanche s'appelle Capi. Le caniche blanche s'appelle Capi. Try to find out if there is a mistake. Yes, there is one. Where is it? Where is it? You can pause the video and try to check out where it is. Blanche. It's not blanche. Why isn't it blanche? Because caniche is masculine. Yeah. Le caniche blanc. Blanc is the white color, but at the masculine form. And here at the color white, but at the feminine form. Le caniche blanc s'appelle Capi. And it's irregular. Yeah. Blanche, blanc, it's irregular. Normally, with many adjectives, you just have to add an E at the end to make it feminine. But in that case, you have to add HE to make it feminine. On continue. Mistake, no mistake. Capi, c'est le chef des chiens. Capi, c'est le chef des chiens. Is there here a mistake? Pause the video and try to check out. There is a mistake, but where? Chien. Chien, it's plural, yeah? Les chiens, c'est le chef des chiens. It is the boss of the dogs, yeah? Des chiens. Plural, so here that one is called a substantive, a noun, and at the end of many nouns, you have an S, yeah, when it's plural. Sometimes you have also an X, yeah, but those are exceptions. Normally you have an S. Pour saluer, le chien croise ses pattes. Pour saluer, le chien croise ses pattes. C'est correct ou ce n'est pas correct? Il y a une faute ou il n'y a pas de faute? Is it correct or isn't it correct? Is there a mistake or isn't there a mistake? There is no mistake. Remember, if I go too fast, you can pause the video, yes? Mistake, no mistake. Les trois chiens savent saluer. Les trois chiens savent saluer. First hint, yes, there is a mistake. Second hint, where is it? It's here. So, pause the video and try to correct it. Quite easy. Saluer. Here, the three dogs know how to greet. So, how to greet, it's at the infinitive form. Yeah, infinitive form. Saluer, E-R, E-R at the end, it's the first group. Yeah, first group. On continue. Mistake, no mistake. Cet chien et son camarade. Cet chien et son camarade. There is a mistake. Set. It's not set because chien, is it masculine or is it feminine? It's masculine. Ce chien et son camarade. This dog is his mate. Yeah, his mate, his camarade. Mistake, no mistake. Voici Zerbino, l'ami de Capi. Voici Zerbino, l'ami de Capi. Pause the video and try to check that out. There is no mistake. Everything was correct. Il n'y avait aucune faute. And now, to end the quote. Il n'y a pas plus sourd que celui qui ne veut pas entendre. Il n'y a pas, there is no one. Il n'y a pas plus sourd, more deaf, yeah, deaf. Il n'y a pas plus sourd que celui qui ne veut pas entendre. No one is as deaf as the one who does not want to listen. I am sure you understood. But in English, we don't say that. In English, there is nothing so closed as a closed mind. Yeah? Il n'y a pas plus sourd que celui qui ne veut pas entendre. Here, remember, you have to make the link. Yeah? Here we hear pas entendre, pas entendre. I really hope you enjoyed this lecture, and I really hope you understood this lecture because it was one of the most difficult to understand. If you didn't understood quite well, really you can go on the flashcard and try to read carefully the flashcard. I'm sure you will understand. Voilà, je vous souhaite de réussir dans la suite de votre apprentissage du français. I hope you will really make it in your whole learning of French. I hope you will do very well. Bye bye. À bientôt tout le monde.